Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the Reapers Nation. Today, we got a wonderful, wonderful, quick, fast Ricky Bobby show. We will be talking about a freedom fighter called I call him the South Carolina Grim Reaper, and he goes by the name Solomon Fairfax. If you don't know who Solomon Fairfax is, he's a guy. He was a slave. He was a slave that buried 9 of his slave masters alive, and we will be watching a documentary on him, and we will be breaking down I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna throw a question out here. um we'll be breaking down. Okay, you remember, so you remember how you would watch my videos on Thursdays. Guess what? It is fucking Thursday. What video? Did you email it to me? Robin, relax, relax. Is it emailed? Give me a second. I'll watch it right now. It has been a hectic week, and I apologize. What, Robin? I apologize. But relax, buddy. Relax. You know, I know this is a business. I'll just check the videos right now. Uh, and see what you're talking about. But I'll keep talking though. This is no, this is my other joint. Let's see, Robin, yada yada yada. We check the spam. It's Thursday. Well, Robin, buddy, I didn't get it. Oh, hold on. Is this you right here? Hell yeah. I like to see you react. Oh, no. Jesus Christ. That's from one of my adult entertainment audience. Jesus Christ. Thank God that didn't come out, because we would have never been demonetized. I mean, we would definitely be demonetized. This video that one of these guys sent me, hold on 1 second. One of these videos that this guy sent me probably a few days ago. It was, I would say this, it was madness. The reason why it was madness, hold on 1 second. Hey, thanks, man. I don't have a lots of plugs. Uh just a Facebook. You could call me Boogie Brain or Boogie B. Would I have a show? Definitely, yeah. Absolutely. Stay in touch. Boogie B. All right. Are you sure you sent it to me, man? I'm looking at it right now. He says, no, that's not true. Robin, you did not send me anything. I'm looking in stuff now. I haven't got anything from you, my friend. Got me feeling bad like you sent me something, Robin. Golly, man. I didn't get anything from you, Robin. What the hell, Robin? You all yelled at me, talk about, what the fuck, yada yada yada, this and that. The fuck, Robin? Got me worried, thinking I did something bad, motherfucker. I'm just joking with you, Robin. Uh, just resend it, Robin. Definitely we can watch it. If anything, I'll do something on Kick for you. But you were right. You did say, I will say this, just off the strength of you. You did tell me something last week, and I should have remembered. I apologize, but I don't remember. Oh, hold on. Let me see if it's in another joint. No, it's not it. Updates. No, Robin, I didn't get anything for you, my friend. Uh, no, Robin, I didn't get anything. I put it in the live chat. Oh no, I told you to email me, Robin. Come on, my friend. I told you to email me. Um, that's how I get your links. When you get those links, I can watch it. I can see what's popping, and I can put it on the show. What's going on, Randall? Salute, salute. Yeah, Robin, you got to email me, Robin. Come on, don't do that to me, man. I'll put my email in this right now. All right. Uh, just click it. No, Robin, because I don't know what it is, and I don't know how YouTube will take it. So I can't do that, my friend. I told you that. What's going on, Wiz Mason? Salute, salute, player. I was just about to text you too, man. Tell you I was online. You know, we're talking about somebody. We're talking about a freedom fighter today. They call him. I call him the South Carolina Grim Reaper. His name is Solomon Fairfax. Um, we have a quick show because we're gonna do another show tomorrow. We probably and I'm gonna do a probably earlier show. I probably might do 5:36 so we can get off around 10, 11. You know, I'm gonna make sure my kids is all right. Buy them something to eat. Boom, boom, boom. Make sure the house is clean. You know, sure they can relax. I gotta clean out my car tomorrow too. So I don't know if I'm picking up my uncle, because I'm picking up my uncle on Saturday because I'm going to a funeral. So yeah, I'm gonna try. That's why I'm doing everything early. You know, bro, I'm not fucking hacking. I know you ain't hacking me, but I don't know how YouTube will take it. That's why I have to watch it and type in Gotti intro. Um, relax, Robin. Yo, you're high strung today, man. Yeah, man. Jesus Christ, you make me feel like you hit a bump of some booger sugar or something, player. Relax, man. Relax. The show just started. Um, let me see. Gotti intro. Mm. Is it a movie? Gotti's intro, open speech, 1996 HBO picture. If it's that, we can't do it because it's a part of HBO. And there's a word that I say, but I just don't remember the word, so I can't do that one if it's a HBO video. Um, but yo, just Robin, just talk off screen with me. Email me, man. You can chat with me on email, man. Anytime, anytime. It might take me a while, but because I'm doing like 150 things, this is why I had to get 3 daily planners. I got 3 daily planners. If people don't know, if you think I'm lying, I'll show you. I got 3 daily planners. This one's for my finance and information, and this is the things that I have to do. And this one right here, I just carry around like in my car or where I have to go because I usually drive the Camaro. So yeah, um, that's why I say I got 3 daily planners. So I apologize. That one. Yeah, that's HBO, man. We would have been blocked. Did you forget about the Monaleo video? I couldn't put it out. Yo, we did crazy numbers over that night too. We did it that Friday. Me, you, Convo. We had a great conversation. It's just we couldn't put it out. They blocked the channel because of the Monaleo video. So we got to be careful with certain things. But yeah, man, definitely I'll watch it off. Give me a second. Where the hell is that goddamn remote? But yeah, no, no, YouTube is different. I could do it on Kick, absolutely. You know what I'm gonna do, Robin? I'm gonna do something for Kick for you. Um, and it might be a little bit of promotion and marketing and stuff like that. Because today right now we're on Facebook, so we gotta also be careful with certain platforms that we are on. So, um, definitely I'm gonna watch it offline, see what I can do, and Wiz Mason right there, that's my business partner. So Wiz Mason helps me with the business, with the Bronze Reaper media business. So shout out to Wiz Mason, man. He's up late, man. Now he's always up. That man's up later than I am. Um, Give me 1 second. I gotta put the joint on the big TV. Cause last time that's how I knew the channel got suspended because the big TV right here. So yeah, you know. But I'll watch that video after the show because we're gonna do a quick show. So this is why I like the Reaper Nation show because we could talk about freedom fighters, we could talk about systems. We don't always have to do the reparation things, the debates and stuff. Hold on, Black Americans to be paid cash reparations in Evanston, Florida. Oh, hoo, hoo, hoo. Yo, reparations is coming, man. Yo, hey, yo, Robin. When I get my reparations, I'm gonna take you. I'm gonna take you to Atlanta so we could go to Magic City so we could go get some lemon pepper chicken. Yeah, with the extra lemon sauce. Yeah, I'm gonna take you around a whole bunch of black folks. Me, you, Wiz Mason, Rando, Dorsey. Yeah, we're all gonna meet up in Atlanta to, yo, it's gonna be packed, man. I might even open up a gentleman's club, man. Fuck around. I'm gonna be personally honest. Make some money that way. It's only for the ballers. The gentleman's club. Getting 5 or 7 star fucking dancers. Hell yeah. Niggas gonna be lit, you know. But yeah, man. I will say this one thing was I never been invited to the cook. It's not a cookout. It's a gentleman's club. It's a strip club. You know. Um, like I'll say this. Cookouts is mad dope. You get good food and shit like that and all that cool shit. But the way how this atmosphere is now, and you gotta blame your tethers too, Robin. Niggas been stealing our culture. you know. And the thing that hurt y'all the most, even though it won a whole bunch of awards, was the movie Sinners, because the Sinners was based on like the cookout. If you kind of look at it, Mm. It was based on a cookout because you can't invite everybody to a cookout and stuff. Like me, I would never go to a picnic. And the reason why, because the history of picnics. Picnics is reason why they call it picnics is because you pick the nigga, cook the nigga, and you eat the nigga. So that's when, white supremacists was out here eating black people. Well, we can see right now they're still eating people. For example, Epstein Island, they eating white babies and shit like that. White babies and children and shit. So, it's yeah, it's different, man. Nowadays with the AI, we don't know what's real or fake. You gotta be like, yo, what the hell is going on? What's going on, Ray Ray? Salute, salute. Yeah, niggas is out here eating babies and shit, man. And I used to think it was like one of those tribal things and stuff. Now, and the thing about it, I started hearing that back in the days, these white supremacists was eating slaves. I personally think they ate Nat Turner. You know, Yeah, Nat Turner. That motherfucker was a freedom fighter. So it's this is why we're gonna talk about Solomon. You offering to come plow this snow lot? Nah, I'm gonna tell you this, Adam B. I've been shoveling snow for the last what 3 days. I've been shoveling at my job and I've been shoveling at my place. So right now, the Philippines sound nice. The Philippines sound nice right now. And that's exclude the lady boys. Let's take the lady boys out the fucking the equation, but the weather that the Philippines gets sounds very good right now, you know. And you got to be careful if you don't eat cat or dog or anything. Philippines see that as a delicacy and stuff. My ex-girlfriend told me that she was Philippine. I should say drive to tr- uh, drive the tractor. Ooh, you got a tractor? Shit, check you out, Adam B. Do your thing, man. My great granddaddy was a farmer. You know, that's why when I get a little bit of money, I want to open up an agriculture like area, but I want a biodome. And I want to grow vegetables and fruit in there and have like things to exclude areas. Then after that, when I grow them, I could sell them to stores. Then I get to open up my own stores and sell it. So it's just so I don't. Only thing I have to pay for is shipping. I don't have to pay for growing vegetables. It'll be naturals, and I'll just put that in the hood and stuff where black people can eat good, like with rutabagas, tomatoes, fucking broccoli, yeah, something like a greenhouse, but a dome, like a dome where I can open up the roof and you could get the sun. Then after that, I could close it, and just God forbid anything happens, like a hurricane or stuff like that. That would be like a safe house. It'll be like that, and I'll have like motherfuckers security with rifles over there. It'll be like Area 51 or something. You come on that area, motherfuckers will shoot you. So it's gonna be down south with the heat and the laws. So I want some shit like that. You know, that's what I'm trying to do out here. Fuck my hands and frozen. Yeah, it's crazy out here. Yeah, I'm in Massachusetts. Well, today was like 35 degrees today, so it was nice. It was nice to have like not four single number um degrees. So I will say that. But everybody, don't forget to like and subscribe and comment in the live chat. Um, I will say this, everybody. I got good news. We got super chat. We have super chat, everybody. Y'all been fighting. Y'all been saying like, "Yo, where's the super chat? Where's the super chat? Where's the super chat?" If you click what my screen right now, you can see the super chat. Let me see if I can you know what? Yeah, we got the super chat out here now. Give me a second, everybody. So I can hit the super chat. Yeah, we got the super chat. You hit that money sign, baby. Go on, everybody. Y'all hit that money sign just to see the super chat. And I want to say I appreciate it. Thank y'all. So don't forget to, hold on one second. I gotta fix something on my computer, man, because I gotta go to the mm, I gotta go into settings. But yeah, man, that super chat, it's out there, everybody. Don't say I didn't do the super chat because I did super chat for y'all. Y'all say, yo, where's the super chat? Where's the super chat? Where's the super chat? The super chat's out there now, and I'm like I said, I appreciate everything for the money that y'all do give me on Cash App. I want to hold on one second. Jesus Christ. Take all of that off. Give me a second, everybody, because all this notification be popping up. Yeah, all this notification be popping up of the adult entertainment stuff. And the reason why is because, like I told you, I do what you call it. I do reaction videos for adult entertainment. I haven't done it in a while, but it's tempting. Oh, shout out to Adam B. He gave me my first super chat. Salute Adam B. Let me see if I can put that up. Yeah, Adam B. right here. Thanks, Adam B. I appreciate it. Yeah, man, got the super chat, man. I'm excited about it, man. And I've been doing so much like work just to get it because y'all been telling me like, yo, get the super chat. The super chat is what's in, So I definitely got it. Again, I appreciate y'all. I'll put it this way. I appreciate y'all for just even watching my show. We're gonna start the show in like 10, 15 minutes. I just want to say thank y'all. Um, this means a lot, and the reason why it just means a lot because at the end of the day, it seems like I'm doing something super cool. That's so what happened to her. This dumbass. Give me something. Give me a second. Hey, yo, you remember that girl? That's my son yelling. His ass about to go to bed. You know what? Power chat is fun too for doing a music show. Oh, really? Oh, okay, okay. Thanks for telling me that, Adam B. Man. I'll say this. What's so super dope now? It's just like, yo, I remember 2 years ago when I was doing this, I started on Rumble. The reason why I started on Rumble because I was kind of scared to go on YouTube because it was a bigger platform. Rumble is a little bit harder because you have to be on that every day. You got to build a fan base and all that other cool stuff. But the best thing, and I think Wiz Mason told me to go on YouTube. What I was doing first was the shows I did on Rumble. I will save it and put it on YouTube. But I started noticing that I started getting more. I have a better fan base on YouTube. So what I've been doing was going live on YouTube. You know, then I remember y'all was telling me probably like 3, 4 months ago. You like, yo, you need to get, no, you got to get more software. You got to get better software and stuff like that. That's why I said, yo, with the cash apps and all that other cool stuff that I be getting with y'all, um, I be listening. I always have to listen, and the reason why is I'm still a student of the game. You know, no, I don't care what anybody else say and stuff like that. I'm still a student of the game. Let's see. With Power Chat, that program, your audience can send money with a son. Oh, really? It's called Power Chat. Where do I get the Power Chat program from? And I'm drinking a little bit of wine today. I wouldn't say I had a long day, but I had a very interesting day. Um, it was very interesting. I was gonna go to wrestling today, but I'm gonna start Tuesday, man. It's just I didn't feel like it, and the reason why I didn't feel like it because I was thinking about my uncle actually. My uncle who passed away, and I guess they're having a ceremony for him on Saturday, so I'm going to. I have to go to Boston. It's only 45 minutes. The way how I drive, 30 minutes. So I save myself 15 minutes the way how I drive. Um, I'm gonna say this about my uncle. Me and my uncle, we were close, but we wasn't really close. He was in the streets, but he was on drugs. But when he got off drugs, he got married. He changed his life around. He was on a budget. He always thought about, and I'm gonna say this. This is the reason why I don't really think about money like that and stuff like. I should be think. The reason why I don't think about money in the way I should be thinking about money is because of him. You know, this man's always complaining about money and always want to do stuff. You know, he always wants money and stuff like that, saying this will change his life and stuff. Then I look at my father. My father had like 4 or 5 fucking jobs. He barely slept. You know, I think my dad right now is living the best life he has lived in the last 20, 30 years, 30, 40 years. You know, so it's you just seeing people, you see people happy and they're not like the richest people in the world and stuff like that. Me, I like nice stuff. I'm bougie and stuff like that, but I always love to live a simple life. If I could live on a one thing I always tell people all the time, if I could live on a farm with a whole bunch of kids and stuff like that, I'll be happy. That's my life, you know. Oh, that's the second best thing I think about than wrestling is having a whole bunch of kids and living on a farm, you know? And that's why I always said that, like, yo, when I was out here in the streets, yeah, I was slinging dick like a motherfucker, you know? Because I always said to myself, I was like, yo, my backup is just living on a farm, you know? So if you love what you do, you don't work. Yeah, it's true. I'm telling you, it's true, man. This is why I'm going back to wrestling. I have to go back to wrestling. I'm gonna go get a haircut probably tomorrow. I don't want to get a haircut. I'm happy like this, but I'll get a haircut tomorrow. You don't want to show up at a fucking funeral like you've been begging for fucking change or you've been going through some tough times and niggas like, yo, damn, Rosalind, what happened to you? Nothing. Just don't want to get a haircut, you know. It reminded me of this video I was watching, this cartoon, this anime I was watching. It was called Sotomoto, some shit like that. This guy was like a one of the greatest assassin killers of all times and stuff. Then he found this woman that he fell in love. But the woman said, yo, she didn't want to be with him until he gave up being a hitman. So he gave up being a hitman, had a kid, and he just became fucking fat with like glasses and shit. And after that, people came over here and they always used to talk about him, but they didn't know it was him. But he was super fast. He was kicking people. He was beating the shit out of people. He was like a hitman of like One Punch Man, if you know who One Punch Man is. So after that, there was a big challenge that happened, and he was getting fucked up, and the smoke came, and he became back to that skinny little fucking hitman that he was at. Uh, I got to do the same thing. The old guys down the road went. So I got to get a shower at least. Yeah, it'd be like that. It'd be like that out on B. Yeah, so Sakamoto Day. Yeah, Ray Ray know what I'm talking about. Yo, that show, yo. I can't wait till season 2 comes out on Netflix. Yo, I seen that shit. I was like, yo, this man is the yo. This shit is the best. Like, I love One Punch Man. That's my shit. But this Sakamoto Day, yo, that it's a good Netflix. I will tell you that. I appreciate that show. But yeah, definitely like yeah, I be catching shit like that on Netflix. Like I said, right now what I'm watching on Netflix is Triggered. That's what I'm watching on Netflix right now is Trigger. I didn't appreciate anime until COVID. Yeah. Yeah, I was having babies on COVID, so my son is a COVID baby. All you could do is like, yeah, I felt like I was down south. All you could do is have sex, buy wine. All I did was have sex and buy wine and eat steak tip subs and work out. That's all I did on COVID. Then I started wrestling, and then I was like, let me get into wrestling. So yeah, that was what I was doing, man. So it was like I always tell people all the time, do I miss COVID? Yes and no. I always tell people I miss COVID because I don't miss, with the mask and stuff, but I do miss where you do have to talk to people. Where I got two out of COVID. Ray Ray knows what I'm talking about. Yeah, man, I got a son out of COVID. It's just like, yo, you have to really interact with your loved ones and stuff, and your loved ones actually figure out that they really like. If you don't notice, say if you're single and using COVID, you understand that you needed a man in that life, because this is what men were supposed to do. They were supposed to do all this other extra stuff that they were doing, and you didn't have to do it by yourself. You actually learned how to work as a team. I miss not having to be around all those. Yeah, facts, Ray Ray. So it's everything was down, all the prices was low, and like I was having a great fucking time, man, in COVID, man. I barely had to work. They cut my hours down, and I was straight, man. I was still living life. You know, COVID helped me pay wrestling. I actually saved money in COVID because I couldn't go nowhere. I didn't smoke weed. Nigga, I tell people all the time, I haven't smoked weed in almost 8 years. I think it was what, 8 years. Last time I smoked was like 2017, 2017, 2016, yeah. 2016, 2017. That was the last time I smoked weed, man. Um, it was because where I'm at, I was getting that whack ass weed, and I was like, you know what, I quit. I had the most wackest weed ever, and I said, you know what, I don't want to smoke no more. So what I did, I rolled the biggest blunt up, and with all the rest, I gave it to other people. I was like, yo, keep it, you can have it. I don't want to smoke anymore. So that was it for me. I was done. That 6 feet rule was like a cold glass of water during the dog's days of some. Yeah, facts. It's true, man. The highway was beautiful. Shit was like the auto. Yeah, real talk. You know, um, I'll say this. In COVID, it really made me think like, damn, what I want to do with the rest of my life. You know, the Reggie traumatized you. It was Reggie. It was probably some regular. Yeah, it was probably Reggie. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm just glad I don't smoke weed no more. I think the weed taste is better than the buzz. Yeah, I can agree with you with that, Adam B. I was making weed brownies and everything. I was giving them away. I remember I gave this white boy some weed brownies. Actually, he's about to get married, so shout out to him. He was like 6'5", 6'7". Um, I gave him some weed brownies and stuff, and I was like, "Yo, man, relax on it because it's very strong." Because what I used to do with the weed brownies is I warm it up. I put it in the I'll break it, boom, boom, boom. Put it in a toaster oven because I bought a toaster oven when I was cooking weed in the in my mama's basement. So I used to go to Boston and hide everything there, my safe, everything and stuff before I brought it here. Um, I put it in my mama's basement and stuff like that. Then my brother was starting bringing people into the basement. I was like, nah, I gotta say. And I told my little brother, I got a fucking safe in here with money. I was like, you can't do that. Oh, I live here. Yeah, yeah. You know what? Let me just get this safe and get the fuck out of here. So I took them safe with the money and brought it here and stuff like that. I had like what 30,000 in there, and I spent it already. So yeah, it was. Yeah, it's different. I would say that it's different. Uh oh shit. You know what, everybody? Give me a second. I totally forgot. I bought some scratch tickets. Give me a second, everybody. I apologize. Ugh. And I'm gonna tell you the reason why I bought them. So the reason why I bought scratch tickets, because my uncle, my Grammy loves scratch tickets. I actually did the number wrong. that that the mathematics in my head wrong because I was supposed to I was supposed to do $15. I was gonna do $15. I messed up, did the math wrong, and had to give the guy the $20 instead of the 15. I still have money. It's just I didn't want to give him the 20. I just wanted to give him the single $15. They wasn't singles. It was a 10 and a 5. I just didn't want to keep it in my wallet. Um, I know everybody. I'm kind of weird, but we're gonna do the first one. I'm gonna do the first one. See if we win some money. And this is what we do through the show. We will we'll do a scratch ticket. So I'm gonna do the first one. See if we win any money. So there's a way how I do scratch tickets. So I never scratch out the top numbers. I always scratch out these bottom numbers right here. Oh, sorry, these bottom numbers right there. And I'll scratch out the big boy numbers after. You know. So I'll tell you what numbers we got, everybody. So the numbers we got 9, 17, 3, 10, 16, 5, 18, 4, 11, 6, 8, 7. All right, now we're gonna talk. Now we're going to scratch out the winning numbers. The first winning number is one. Do we got a one? Do we got a one? No, we ain't got a one. Got a two. Got a two. Got a two. 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 No, we don't got a two. Ooh, 14, 14, 14. No, we got a four. Think it's a loser. Fucking hell. 15, 15, 15. It's a loser. Yeah, my uncle always loved scratch tickets and stuff like that. I remember he won $1,000. He wanted me to cash that shit in because he was on a tight budget. But it'd be like that. So that was a tribute for him and stuff like that. We got two more scratch tickets. We got a 10 and a 5. Um, it's different. I really didn't cry for my uncle just yet. And the reason why is I wouldn't even say we had a weird relationship, but the last time I spoke to my uncle and I washed my hands towards it because I remember I drove all the way to Boston to pick him up and bring him to he lived in Revere at the time. Because he had a little surgery. I was like, yeah, I'll pick you up. Don't worry. I took the day off of work. I was supposed to go to Maine that day, and I'm looking for the motherfucker for like 4 or 5 hours. This motherfucker's already at home. I'm like, yo, uncle, where you at? He said, oh, yo, nephew, I'm at home. I'm like, yo, bro, this is the last time I'm ever gonna pick you up. I was like, you fucking up my money, you know. And I know I don't really care about money like that. If y'all, I know like how y'all see me and stuff like that. I barely care about money and stuff. I just like to talk to y'all, but I gotta start to remember that this is a business. And as much as I do love y'all, because I do love all of y'all, from even Ping that I blocked, I love them to a certain extent. I love all of y'all. Ray, Adam, B, Dorsey, even Shabaka and Kwame. Yeah, I love all of y'all. As not a brother, but as a friend. And I know money don't have friends. It's just at the end of the day, I'm very antisocial when after this. If I don't talk to my kids and stuff like that, I barely like to talk to my kid's teacher. I'm gonna be personally honest. I barely like to talk to my kid's teacher. Um, but if I have to, I do. Oh, shout out to the subscriber too. Salute, salute. I just got a new subscriber too. Thank you for subscribing as well. It's just I'm. Let me tell you something. It's I just really never after a situation that I've been through with these white girls, and these my white employees were targeting me to get me fired from the job and stuff like that. And the job wasn't even all of that. I was getting like $500 every 2 weeks. They were trying to get me fired and stuff like that. And they tried to get me with not an anti, but a discrimination. They try to get me fired with discrimination. And this is why I always tell people all the time. I It's not that I don't like the LGBTQIA community, I just stay away from it. Um, because I had people who were gay and lesbian and trans talk shit about me because I was black. So that's why when I be listening to Bobby Porter, the dude, the nigga, the black dude who had the lace front. Because the thing about how I found out about this dude Bobby Porter, actually it was through Ping. When I was looking up this guy named Laverne with the girl, he kept on saying Laverne. I looked him up, and there was this black dude. Well, most all of them were damn near black, but the dude was a gay dude. His name was Bobby Porter. And he said, I was watching an interview. I didn't know I was watching an interview of him, but I was watching the interview of him. He said that black people treated him bad. I think it's a lie. And the reason why I say I think it's a lie, he just fucked with the wrong black people. Because you got to understand this damn near 50, there's like over 50 million black Americans in America. So not all of them are going to treat you wrong. Not all of them is going to think like the red pill or what's his name? Like Marquette. Marquette don't like the LGBTQ community. He don't fuck with it. He think that they damage the home. So do I agree with him? I just respect it. I respect his opinion. As I respect the LGBTQIA opinion. But when it comes to certain situations, I just don't get involved and I just don't want to know. And all I say, just keep it away from my kids because of the experience that I dealt with. You know, if you want to make your kids okay with it, it's cool. And I support that. But with my kids, it's going to be different. And that's all we can do as parents or as a person who lives in America and people who live in America, you guys got to learn how to just respect people's opinions. You don't have to respect them having that shit around your family, your kids, or anything. You could be like, no, I don't want that around my kids. I don't want that around my people, and they'll have to respect that. So yeah, it's just like I say, you got to respect people's wishes. Um, but yeah, that's what me and my uncle and stuff like that. It just me and my uncle had a great relationship. Like the reason why I don't feel bad with the situation with me and my uncle is because you know what, I washed my hands of it, and I told my uncle I will love you from a distance. I will love you from a distance. If you ever need anything, I will help you, but I can't fuck with you like that. I almost gave him my Beamer. Then I had to think about it, like, yo, this nigga can't pay for the parts if it ever breaks down. You know, Yeah, don't drink the city waters. Only drink bottled water. Adam B. Honestly, you can't be a heterosexual male without constantly having to explain you don't hate anyone. Um, I'm gonna say this, Ray Ray. Certain things just come with the territory, just the way how the world is, and this is why I always say. And I'm gonna say this, and this is what I live off of. You gotta adapt. You gotta adapt to certain situations. Um, I can put it this way: there's certain situations I can adapt. I mean, I can support without actually being there or saying that I support it. I could be like, yeah, I don't fuck with it, but at the end of the day, if they want to do what they want to do, let them do what they want to do. That shit ain't fucking with me. Only thing I care about is my family. You know, and shit won't go left. You can't be like, I'm gonna say this. The reason why a lot of these Republicans, these red pillars, they're in a bad fucking situation and right now is because at the end of the day, they feel like they feel entitled to tell people how they feel about these certain situations. I don't feel like I have to tell anybody about how I feel about the LGBTQ community. That shit ain't got nothing to do with me because it's not in my circle. This is why white supremacy is all fucked up right now because they talk about black people, but they're not around black people. Why the fuck do you care how a black if a black person is really actually killing each other? and you in white fucking East bumfuck. You know, that's the whole thing about the white supremacy, and that's why they're losing. That's why they're in the situation that they are in right now, and they're fighting each other. And this is why I always tell black people, step the fuck back. Don't get involved in that shit. Or a white person who just fucks with black people or cool with black people, yo, step the fuck back. Let them motherfuckers fight each other. Just worry about your fucking family. When yo, that shit ain't got nothing to do with me. Y'all want to fight over fucking conservatives and liberals and all this other shit? Yeah, nigga, do it. Them niggas don't give a fuck about you especially a poor white person. Why the fuck you care about these liberals? These niggas don't give a shit about you. These niggas don't give a fuck if you lose your money tomorrow and you're out in fucking Death Valley fucking one in water. They don't give a fuck. Most of these conservatives care about fucking money. So again, and this is why I always tell people all the time, black people are the blueprint. Black Americans are the blueprint. You ever had to pretend like some crazy shit was normal? Um, I will say this. When niggas already think you crazy and stuff like that, nothing nothing that people do surprise me. Like, I'm gonna tell you this. I am crazy towards people who think they're normal, and I'm normal towards people who are crazy. Like, I'll be personally honest. My best friend when I was in my 20s and 25s was damn near a fucking serial killer. So I can be like, yo, damn man, I wish I had some weed on me right now. 3, 4 hours, he come back with an ounce. Nigga, where you get this from? Man, don't worry about it. I bought this. Then when he goes to jail for killing 3 people, you be like, yo, why did you kill? Yo, we wanted some weed, we needed to smoke and stuff like that. And I was like, yo, this is the fucked up funny part. It's not funny, but it fucked me up to a certain extent. I was like, damn man, I went to go see. I was like, damn man, I'm sorry what happened, man. I'm sorry that you're in jail. He said, why you care? He said, I killed more people than that. He started laughing. He's like, I killed more people than that. They only caught me with 3 bodies, 3 bodies. The fuck? So it's just like it's not funny, but at the end of the day, like when you hear, I was like, "Yo, are you fucking serious?" I was like, "Yo, but why would you do that?" I was like, "Yo, who am I gonna talk?" And I told him I got mad at him because I was like, "Yo, who am I gonna talk to?" Like when I have a problem, who am I gonna conversate with? And the thing about it, this is the normalest shit that he has to said. He said to me, I swear to God, I remember it was like yesterday. You know what he said to me? You got to grow up. You got to grow the fuck up. Get your shit together. As I tell all y'all immigrants, get your fucking shit together. And that's what he told me. Get my fuck, grow up and get your fucking shit together. I'm gonna be here for never ever land. So it's a cold world, man. But yeah, he was brutally honest with me. He was like, "You're not getting out." He's like, "I'm not getting out. I killed like 3 fucking people." Only time he's gonna get out is in the box or if he's trying to escape. So it sucks, man. Sometimes I do cry just thinking about him, but I like to keep my dead walking. Yeah, I agree with you, Adam B. It's just sometimes like I'm gonna put it this way. My my best friend was Wiz Mason, the guy who you just seen. That's my business partner. And my uncle Black, my uncle Black, the guy who I usually talk about, who I say who went to jail for damn near almost 20 years. But the last time he did was 10 years. So that's my favorite uncle. He helped me get through college. Like I was having a hard time in marketing, and he helped me with marketing. He helped me with marketing and introduction to entrepreneurship. He helped me with that. So I don't know what else to say, man. He helped me. He helped me out with it. That's why I'll say this. That's why I do so much. Like right now, like I'll say this. I didn't want to come on. I was like, damn, I can do this shit tomorrow. I've been very lazy lately, and I got to get my shit back together and stuff. I'm not really out of shape, but at the end of the day, I'm not at the shape that I want to be in. And what I mean is I'm not at the shape that I want to be in is that I want to be in a shape where I can still run 3 miles. I can probably run 1.5, 2 miles. I want to run 3.5 miles. So right now, like I said on Tuesday, um, what are we doing Tuesday? We're gonna do the Reaper Nation on Tuesdays and Thursdays optional. Or Tuesdays and Thursdays. I fucked up and put Wednesday. So yeah, I just wanted to talk to y'all about that. Also don't forget to like and subscribe and comment in the live chat. Also, if you want to comment in the live chat, you have to be a subscriber. So subscribe, subscribe, subscribe. And also, we got super chat. We got super chat. Shout out to Adam Beasy. He was the first one to hit the super chat. We got Cash App and we got was it Steam Lab, but you can just hit the super chat and you could get busy like that. I'll put that. Ooh, I can put the joint on now where we can hit the super chat. So shout out to y'all who influenced me to get super chat. So salute again. That's the Cash App right there, and I'm gonna do this the Steam Lab one. You know, like I said, this show is still building right here. This Reaper Nation. I'm just trying to hit um I'm trying to hit the I'm just trying to get into the motion and do this. You know what I realized today. What's up, Robin? Tell me how you feel before we start the show, man. And shout out to you, Robin. You know what? You're a faithful Kick audience member, so I do appreciate you always. Thank you. You know, but let me know how you feel, Robin. I'm here. This show right now, I'm definitely. This is a little, it's a little, it's not really out there like the Bronze Reaper podcast. This is the Reaper Nation show. So this show right here is for like doing research. If I'm saying it right, if I said it wrong, I apologize. But like, let me know what you feel before I start the show. Let's see. I could make glasses that record everything. With access to AI, so I can change everything into a fake reality. Yo, Robin, you can do anything with AI right now. Yo, want to hear something crazy? I think I've been watching Chinese drama on AI and didn't even know. So yeah, it's. I'm gonna say this. This fucks up the game. I will say that it kind of fucks up the game and stuff. Right now with what I'm doing right now, I'm gonna pimp you out of something. Right now, what I'm doing right now, I have a goal. My goal is to have something for the film festival, and I will do IRL for the film festival for y'all. So to show the achievements of the media, argument. Who's argumented reality is better than virtual reality? I kind of give you that one. Must must say worked. You here on IYT? I'll say this too. Adam B. Hold on. Let me put Robbins. Must say work? You're here on YT. Yeah. Let me tell you something. I'm gonna tell y'all something about the Bronze Reaper podcast. The Bronze Reaper podcast isn't about who's right or wrong. It's always about what we can learn. We watch these videos right now because I wanted to break them down and share my opinion. Because I know sometimes my opinion is kind of out there, and sometimes it's not really basic. You know, But I want to show other people that, like, yo, you know what? I can give you a platform to tell me how you feel. That's why I give you the time. That's why I give you the chance to call in. You could call in. I don't mind you calling. Cause you know what? If you say something super dope, it's gonna be clipped and people's gonna know who you are. You know why? I'm gonna put your name out there. So if Adam B calls, he says some cool shit. Adam B, I'm gonna put Adam B on there. And niggas is gonna ask who's Adam B, who's Dorsey, who's Bomb's Legacy, who's Robin, who's Ray Ray, who's Convo, etc. You know, I love to give the benefit of the doubt to everybody. If I can do that. And the reason why I also want to do stuff like that because people never gave me. I'm gonna say this: a lot of people never really helped me. Everything I learned by myself. It was so bad. Let me tell you something. It was so bad that people had me in these special classes and stuff like that. And I always tell people once I got out those fucking special classes and shit like that, that's when I grew. All this other shit was just holding me back. All of this other stuff wasn't really helping me. Did some help me? Absolutely. One of my favorite teachers was this white guy named Mr. Masario. And it's fun. He's so funny. And I'm gonna say this, Robin, you remind me of my teacher, Mr. Masario. Um, the school that I always wanted to go to, that I was gonna go to, Indiana State. That's the only school ever wanted to go to. I know everybody's, oh, Larry Bird went there, yada yada yada. I wanted to go there because of my teacher. He went to Indiana State. I was so super excited. I wore this fucking hat, this Indiana State hat every day. Um, I wanted a degree from Indiana State. I swear to God, I would have dropped everything just to go to Indiana State University, or University of Indiana State. It's just I didn't get in. And I had a girlfriend at the time, so it just I was like, damn, this shit wouldn't cut it. I think that's one thing I regret. Cause when I was going to Indiana State, I already knew what I wanted to do. I wanted to be an anesthesiologist. I didn't care how long it took. I just wanted to do that. My teacher, and it was like I said, it was a white guy. He was I think Italian. He taught me everything. And what really fucked me up, no, no, not the Hoosier. Indiana State, I think Cyclones or some shit like that. Um, and what fucked me up that he had cancer and he beat cancer. So my first year, and I was still already thinking about going to Kansas State because I already broke up with the girl at the time. Cambridge and Boston. I went to Cambridge and NYU. It really ruined my intelligence. No, just look at it as a learning lesson, Robin. Never let that hold that against you. I had I had the one-on-one class. Yeah, me too, man. I was in special ed. Fuck it, I was in that shit. But the shit was holding me back. Oh, Cambridge in England. Okay, I thought you talked about Cambridge, Massachusetts. Shout out to you, Robin. But yeah, they had me in those type of classes and stuff like that. And them shits held me back. Then once I got to college, and I just started doing stuff myself, I didn't need it. The shit was holding me back. I learned more. I found a way of like going through the class and stuff, and it was. And this is one thing I can say about Dr. Umar. I understand why he said stop having people put your kids in special ed classes. So that's put it this way, I'm the reason why you shouldn't put your kids in special ed because at the end of the day, it held me back. You know, it held me back so much where when I went to college the last time, I finished college within a year. It didn't even take me a whole year to finish college. What was it? It took me like it didn't even take me almost a whole year. I went to school in September. I finished in May. Yeah, it didn't even take me a whole year the second time. All I did was all the grades in the beginning, like the math and all that other stuff I finished. And after that I just had to do my requirements. And I finished within a year, yeah. So yeah, it's that's something that y'all would tell y'all to think about if you do have kids, if they're trying to put your kids in special ed. I'm not saying it might not help, but I'm not saying it won't help, but if your kid needs more training, you better off just paying for it. That's just how I take it. You know, like my kid, like my son, my fucking son has autism, but he's like the smartest fucking kid of all time. Yo, I put these child locks on the fucking on the doors because he likes to open up doors. This kid figured out how to use the fucking child, like how to break the child lock and use the the door within 2 days. So I had to throw the shit away. So it's like I always tell people all the time. And Rary, I think you're thinking about Indiana Hoosiers. I'm thinking about Indiana State. Indiana State is where Larry Bird went. You know, so yeah, it's different. Like I always tell people, my life is different. My life always has been different. I had good and bad parts of my life. I remember when niggas wanted me on fucking drugs. I'm like, nah, I'm good. You know, they're like, oh, yo, take this. And thank God, one thing I can say about my mother, thank God she didn't have me on those fucking drugs. Yeah, real talk. Most of those kids who are artistic, and I think I'm dyslexic. I swear to God. And the reason why I think I'm dyslexic because I learn so differently, but it's right. Like I was doing some shit today. I was doing map training, giving people medication and shit. It was so bad. Like I don't know if I got ADHD or anything, but my shit is so my thinking's so bad that the trainer was telling me, yo, I have to go back and report this because some of that stuff that you're telling me is wrong. They the way that they put it on the paper is wrong. I got the answer, but it's wrong how they put that on paper. Because I asked once I start asking questions, that's when there's problems. I asked questions because I was like, oh, why would they put that there if we were just talking about something else? Then it was like, oh yeah, that's right. They should have put this word, So it's I don't be trying to do that to people, but it gets like that. Okay. Oh, hold on one second. Let's make some video. But yeah, let's actually start the show. Let me talk about the show before. Actually, I'm gonna tell you one story about my uncle. My uncle, he went back and forth to jail ever since the '90s. He used to talk about this guy named Dickie Doo-Wops. Dickie Doo-Wops was a guy. He was kind of a predator. He used to violate younger prisoners and stuff like that, and smaller prisoners. They call him Dickie Doo-Wops. And Robin in New York, you're from New York. Dickie Doo-Wops was like this guy named Mother Dear. Y'all call him Pissy Black. Um, there was this. I'll tell you the story that my uncle told me. It was well, Dickie Doo-Wops. Most people don't know that he's a predator. He preys on other prisoners. This nigga used to he had this bunkmate, this Cape Verdean kid had long hair and stuff like that. And Dickie Doo-Wops gets off on that. And that's why they always tell you don't take anything from anybody in prison. So Dickie was giving him weed, canteen, because the kid didn't have anything. And you wouldn't expect Dickie Doo-Wops was like that because he can sing, but he's like 6'4", like 240. He's like 20 more pounds than I am. 20, 25 more pounds than I'm 215, 217. This nigga, he was while them niggas was getting high, he was smoking and smoking. And what Dickie Doo-Wops was doing when the guy was super high, Dickie Doo-Wops, bow, knocked him out, threw a bed over him, and started violating his butthole. Boom, 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 boom. Then after that, the correctional officers came in there and stuff, trying to take him off, and Dickie Duop's still getting up in his butt and stuff like that. They couldn't get him off because Dickie Duop's is mad big. So after he got him out and they brought him back into protect they brought him back into population, my uncle was like, "Yo, Dickie, why you do that to that young man like that?" You know what he said to my uncle? He said, "Yo, Henry, don't worry about me, man. I'm getting mines, man. I'm getting mines over here." Yo, there's two people like that. There's Dickie Doo-Wops and this guy named BB Cody in Boston. They out here violating niggas in prison, yes. So y'all niggas who think going to jail is cool and it's funny and stuff like that, niggas ain't gonna rape you. Them big niggas will rape you because you don't know that they out here violating niggas. Yeah. Dickie Doo-Wops and BB Cody. That's what them niggas' name is. Dickie Doo-Wops and BB Cody. I feel that them cheat are being faded out. Nah, them niggas is out there. Yo, you gotta understand, niggas work out in prison, and don't forget, they're not the have you noticed all those people who go to jail, they still look young when they get out? They still look like the same when they got out. Yeah, that's they're not breathing the same air that we're breathing, so they're gonna still look young. So yeah, it's different. Yeah, the name was Dickie Doo-Wops and BB Cody. I was arrested one time in high school because they thought I was plotting. Oh yeah, they'll get you. Hey yo, you ever heard cause Robin, you're from New York. You ever heard of a nigga named Pissy Black, Mother Dear? There's a story about Pissy Black Mother Dear. He was out here taking motherfuckers' butts in New York. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. He's dead now. They stabbed him like 30 times and threw him over the balcony. They killed him, but it's yeah. That nigga was out there taking people's butts. Yeah, in New York. Yeah. And he was like 6'5", 250, 260. He looked like he could be a defensive lineman. He was out here, yo. And the thing about it, yeah, they'll take your butt out there in New York, Robin. You better be careful, man. Yeah. They don't give a fuck. And the thing about it is that, like, yeah, you might be knowing some martial arts, but martial arts don't give a fuck when there's like 4 or 5 motherfuckers, So yeah, no, never heard. Yeah, Pissy Black Mother Dare. If you ever see a hood dude, old school hood dude, it's like, yo, who's Pissy Black Mother Dare? They're like, oh, they give you that look. Oh, you wanna know that, man? They got he dead. Yeah, Mother Dare, Pissy Black Mother Dare is dead, man. But let's get into the show. We talking about motherfuckers taking motherfuckers' butts. Yeah, that shit. I always tell people, yo, that shit is real in prison. Motherfuckers really do be taking people's butts in prison. Don't think that shit is fake. Nah, that shit is real. Especially in Boston. You know? They'll take your butt in Boston. Especially like I'm talking about when you go up, like, cause I think BB Cody and Dickie Doo-Wops was in Bridgewater prisons in Massachusetts. Bridgewater prison is Bridgewater, Massachusetts. That's like what 35 minutes away from out of Boston. It's like 10, 15 minutes from Brockton. So yeah, the motherfuckers be out here, yeah, clapping cheeks and everything. Clip this. Bronze Reaper knows all the homo rapists and prisons. Uh Yeah, speaking on it, like he's a wrestler. Nah, Black King, I was telling you, I was telling a story that my uncle always told me about. Because my uncle was in jail, he was in and out of prisons all through the '90s. And Dickie Doo-Wops and BB Cody, they were from Boston. And I'll share this story about Dickie Doo-Wops. The reason why Dickie was the way he was, because while he was in jail, his son got killed. So he flipped the fuck out and he just started out here. He started violating people out here. So he started violating people in Bridgewater. So this story's about Dickie out there. So it's funny, but at the end of the day, it's a real person. He was out here like you Black King. You's a pretty boy looking motherfucker. Dickie Doo-Wops will violate you. All jokes aside, he'll violate you. You know, and you wouldn't. And the thing about it, you wouldn't even know it's coming because at the end of the day, you know nothing about Boston. You don't know about the scumbags in Boston. I know about scumbags in Boston. I have dealt with scumbags in Boston. So yeah, he'll violate. Like I just told you what he did to the Cape Verdean kid. Cape Verdean kid had long hair, pretty boy motherfucker. You know what he did? He punched him in his head when he was smoking weed with him. Threw a bed over him, started violating him. Then the correctional officers tried to get him off, and they couldn't get him off. So it took a whole fucking damn near army. So it happens. Well, it doesn't happen. It because if you go to jail, that's yeah. But yeah, Black King, I know you're trying to be, comical, but yeah, that this shit's serious. That's what happens. I had long hair. Yeah, you probably long hair, light skinned motherfuckers. Yeah, they'll try to get you, Robin. All jokes aside, man. Long hair, pretty boy looking motherfucker, probably light skinned. And it's always the light skinned ones that do get got. So it happens, bro. To y'all light skinned. Me, I'm in the middle. And the thing about it, I'm so in depth in the streets, and it's not like I'm a legend or anything. It's just I did so much. You know so many people. You bumped into people. You know people. It's just be like that, man. Um. So yeah, it's like I said, they would get fucking Black King, especially you like white girls too. They will extort you. They'll extort you, Black King. Talk about all that education. Oh yeah, they'll put you to use. You know, they'll take your paperwork, find out where your mama live, where your girlfriend live. They'll send people like this is what niggas do in Boston. Yeah, like that shit. I'm gonna be personally honest. Some of the shit that y'all see in movies, that's what niggas be doing in Boston. Oh, niggas' mother lived there. Oh, over here. Yeah, and you got to look at it. Sometimes motherfuckers be affiliated, or a motherfucker knows people that's affiliated and say like, "Yo, everything will break down the middle with this motherfucker right here." That's it. You just send your people to his mama's house. It's that's why I always tell niggas don't go to jail and stuff like that. Like shit won't happen to me because most of my family is project niggas. They're project niggas, or they got project cousins and nephews and sons and shit. Like I had a cousin. She just got out of jail like 6 years ago. She stabbed her boyfriend like 4 times. He didn't die or anything, but she went to jail for 4 years. So yeah, it happens. I had long hair. Yeah, it'd be like that, Robin. Just say you're glad you ain't in jail, man. So yeah. So let's talk about Solomon Fairfax. The way how I heard about this guy, and the reason why I wanted to do this topic today is because I hear from a lot of immigrants that black people just sit there and not do anything and just got violated and just listen. We're gonna see about this freedom fighter where he buried 9 of his slave masters alive. I don't know what happened at the end, but I thought this would have been a great research show to, figure out together. Yeah, I'm just happy I never experienced anything. Yeah, man, I beat all my cases, man. So I could say that most of my cases didn't stick. So it'd be like that. The longest I was in jail for was probably month and a half, month. They had to let me go, dismiss. Then it took 4 years to get sponged off my record, and it's a headache. That's why I can carry firearms in Massachusetts. So it's super dope, man. It's just like I always tell people all the time, and I'm gonna say this: if I had to do time, I would have to do the time, man. It's just I'm not gonna put nobody else's name or tell on anybody. It's just I have to do it, man. I knew what I signed up for and stuff like that. I knew what would happen if I did what I did, you know. So it's fuck it. I'm just glad I beat it. I didn't have to plead out, and the attorney that I had was telling me to plead, and I could get out today. I'm like, nigga, I can't go to college. I'm a college kid at the time. Nigga, you crazy? So yeah, it's different, man. I'm cussing out my fucking was it the punk attorney that he's probably fucking fairly new. I was like, yo, I had to call a family member like, yo, I'm gonna give you 15,000. I was like, all you gotta do is give him 10. Just with the five you can have, and just give the lawyer 10 G's and just to get me out. You ain't gonna need more? Nah, this is all I'm gonna need. Why? Well, why you think you're only gonna need that? This is an open shut case. You know, I would do the time too, but I never commit any. That's good, man. Just be a good guy, Robin. Don't listen to these motherfuckers telling people, "Oh yeah, you a square and all this." Nigga, so what? You a square that's not in jail that can carry a gun. That's a everyday citizen that could go to the club. That don't have to be tough. You could be yourself, nigga. You could do all of that. Niggas who are always tough, man, always have to carry that persona. Let me tell you something about my other uncle, my uncle Gus. My uncle Gus died, I think, 3, 4 years ago. This nigga was out here beating up niggas at the age of 40, 50. No, at the age of 50. He was beating up niggas and stuff like that. Beating up niggas, pistol whipping niggas. Last story I heard about my uncle Gus, this nigga pulled out a gun on his best friend because my uncle was sleeping with his wife, and all the dude wanted to do was talk to him. You know, but my uncle ran into the wrong crazy nigga. My uncle bust him in the head with a glass bottle and beat him up. And nigga shot him. So it's now the nigga's in jail for life, and he's scared for his life in prison because my family's affiliated like from with a projects, and he's from the same projects, and they know how they get down, especially the old niggas. They're gonna pack you the fuck out. So now the nigga's gonna be living in protective custody for the rest of his life. So it's like I said, it doesn't pay to be tough, man. It's kind of stupid. I would tell people that all the time. That's why I always tell people all the time, and I give people benefit of the doubts, and I always tell people learn about guns, man. Go get your firearm license, man. You don't have to be tough. You could walk around here being you. I got my firearms license. I got my LTC. I can carry around. It's not open carry in Massachusetts. I did already a show about Michelle Wu and how I feel about Michelle Wu, but at the end of the day, it's just this is the type of the madness that we deal with. And this is why I talk about the madness, because this guy has dealt with the madness. His name is Solomon Fairfax, and sometimes you just got to be sick and tired of being sick and tired. He didn't have that choice that we have now. So it's I'll say this, Robin. Just just be you, man. Be you. Everybody else is taken. You know, if niggas don't think you cool, so the fuck what? You know, as long as you're happy with who you are, there's gonna be people that's gonna like you, and there's gonna be people that don't fuck with you. It's just a part of the ecosystem. So just take it as that. But let's watch this. First, we're gonna watch what Willie D says about Solomon Fairfax. You know, so yeah, let's talk about him. And I always take this shit off. Who it was? Give me a second, everybody. Hide this. But let's watch it.
Willie D Live.
You ever heard of Solomon's Revenge? See that again right there. So Don't know if this is true or whether this has, some type of folklore association. But there's a story floating around about this guy who they call Sullivan.
Solomon.
Solomon, my bad, Solomon. Why am I saying Sullivan? Solomon. This is a guy.
I'm gonna say this, Willie D. Don't worry, that's just some country shit. My grandma still say Muslims. She don't say Muslims. She said Muslims. Look at the Muslims over there, man. It's country niggas, you know. It's I always tell people it's just some country shit, you know. So don't get mad about that. Willie D. As long as he can say Muslims, my great Grammy says No, my Grammy says Muslims. So yeah.
Who many black people have called an American hero. Where's my story on this dude? I have Solomon Fairfax is his name, and it's the story of a former slave from Charleston who buried 9 masters alive. 9 masters alive. So
Yo, when I was watching this, when I was watching half of this interview because I didn't finish watching it, this nigga look like my family member. Nigga got a nose like me. This nigga got a nose like me. Do he got the hairline? Nah, he don't got my hairline. His hairline, yeah, he kind of got my hairline, not as much, but yeah, he looked like a family member, man. He got my cheekbones. He got my, yeah. He looked like he could be a cousin. Ask Roman why he be his own. Oh shit, Ray Ray's trolling. Go on, Ray Ray. Yeah, Ray Ray's trolling, man. Yeah, it be like that, man. But yeah, this looked like a family member of mine. Yeah, and this is I'm gonna say this. A lot of my family members look crazy, so yeah. I remember when I brought my children's mother to my auntie Pearl's funeral. She looked at all my family members. She asked me that because my baby mother used to always say, "Yo, my family's crazy. My family's crazy." Until she met my family, she see my family. She was like, "Yo, why does all your family members look like felons?" So, yo, I was like, "What do you mean? They look crazy. They look like they have done." Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, my family sometimes does look crazy. Have most of us done crazy stuff? Yeah, yeah. My family is one of a kind. I will say that, and this is why I say I love my family. I'm glad I don't got like no super rich family where my family's bougie, eating babies and shit, and like doing some freaky deaky things and shit. My family's is some probably freaks, but please don't trouble me on that. He said, "Please don't trouble me on that." But yeah, I get. Yeah, he looks like a family member of mine, man. It's like he looked like honestly, all jokes aside, he kind of looked like a darker cousin or a darker brother of mine. So let's say it's like, yo, yeah, he looked like a darker brother. Yeah, he looked like he's a country nigga too. That's the crazy thing.
there is no historical data on him. There's nothing available. The reason that people say that that data is not available is because it's been hidden from the world,
Oh yeah.
because they never wanted black people to know that they had the power to defend themselves and to take the life of people who had enslaved them. So they hid the fact that this guy did what he did. If you do a deep dive on the internet, even AI and other internet sources are lean towards the story being a ghost story, being made up, being
Yeah.
urban legend. But keep in mind who write the scripts for AI and much of these search engines, what's coming back, who's writing this stuff, right? You got to keep that in mind. I tend to lean on the fact that it happened because I know not everybody cowered. Everybody didn't just take it.
Mm.
There was a whole lot of people who fought back. And
And
those people's
I'm gonna say
stories
this, everybody. I'm gonna stop him here and say this. This is why I was explaining to like Kwame, be active, SP, that like, yo, black people fought back. That was the whole reason of them letting us out of slavery, because at the end of the day, a lot of people were getting killed. A lot of these white people were getting killed. And they're not just killing one or two people, they're killing like plantations of white people. Like Nat Turner, they said the total was like 52 people. Then you just kill like three or four fucking black people, you know? So these people were revolting. This is why I always explain people all the time that and this is why I always say that Pan-Africanism was the worst thing that happened to us black people. Cause we was already out here doing this type of shit. This is why they were sending us back from these Caribbean islands. They didn't want us in these Caribbean islands or these South American islands because we already had a taste of blood. This is why I always tell people like, yeah, these are natives. That's a fucking native right there. That man don't got no fucking African nose. That nigga got a nose like mine. I'm just being personally honest. This man's out here, this man was out here butchering niggas. So now you gotta look at it. Damn, no matter how much fucking torturing that you do to these people, they're gonna revolt. They're gonna think of a plan to like, wipe you the fuck out. You can castrate these niggas, but at the end of the day, that shit ain't gonna work like what they were doing in fucking Jamaica. They were buck breaking everybody in Jamaica in front of each other. Like they were fucking men in front of their wives, their children, in front of a whole group of black people. So when they see you after it's over, they looking down on you like, nigga, you can't protect me. These niggas over here is butchering and making niggas disappear. They're making people disappear. They call this nigga, the slave masters called this nigga the Grim Reaper. Only nigga I know who was called the Grim Reaper was fucking, what's his name? Something Boone. This nigga's Nate Boone from I think Chicago or Detroit. He was killing people. He killed like they say he killed like 50, 60 people. And he's out right now. He's out of prison. And the reason why he's out because he told on people. He told on the people who shot him. And he was a hitman. So I gotta be personally honest, and I'm not saying, "Oh, nigga, you a rat," yada yada. I don't give a fuck about that shit. That shit is. I'm not gonna say it's dead, but it's not. People don't follow those same type of laws. So Nate Boone can be out here. Nate Boone can be out here and he'll be fine. Niggas had fucking what's his name? What's his name? The nigga who shot Tupac. He's out here living his best fucking life, doing interviews. Y'all gonna say Nate Boone can't be out here? Y'all niggas is crazy. This niggas is Nate Boone's a fucking serial killer. And if he was a rat, he'll be a dangerous rat. So at the end of the day, y'all ain't gonna do nothing because this nigga will butcher you. He'll make you disappear. So it is what it is.
have been buried. Those people's stories were buried. because they couldn't have black people out there thinking that they could actually fight back.
Mhm.
They didn't have, and more than fighting back, they could not have black people knowing that they had the power to take life. I hear a lot of black people talking about, man, I'll die for my man, I'm gonna die. But I hardly ever hear them talk about saying that they'll kill for theirs.
Mm.
I hear them all the time talking about dying. So a guy like this would not be the type of guy you would see in the history books. Hell, they're taking Malcolm, who never killed anybody, and Martin, who's never killed anybody, Frederick Douglass, who never killed anybody, out of the history books. So you know they wasn't trying to let some dude like this make it.
Mm.
This narrative has been primarily spread on YouTube and YouTube channels and social media, social media pages that are dedicated to history stories. But you let AI tell it is history, dark histories, and folklore. The location, the story is typically set in St. Michael's Cemetery in Charleston, South Carolina.
Mm.
The legend claims that during 1923 renovation, groundkeepers found deep scratch marks inside 9 coffins belonging to wealthy plantation owners who died mysteriously between the years of 1851 and 1855. Solomon's journal, a key element in the alleged discovery of a journal beneath a magnolia tree, written by a man named Solomon Fairfax, which detailed his revenge. So the historical context.
I'm gonna say this. Just hearing that, this is why I'm gonna say this. When I was growing up, when they were talking about Nat Turner was like, they made Nat Turner a fucking demon. When I say that he was a demon, they were saying that Nat Turner was out here raping white women. He was a sexual deviant. He was a homo. He was all, and then after that, when you're growing up, when you really looked into it, because I looked in it, and I was telling my teacher, no, that's not true. That can't be true, because he was a preacher. He was a preacher and he killed like 52 people. No, no, that's not true. And this is what my teachers are telling me. I'm like, no, that is true. That is true. Like, yo, this motherfucker Nat Turner spoke like 4 or 5 different languages. He was a preacher. Like, yo, Nat Turner got busy. I'm gonna say this: Nat Turner was a borderline fucking Israelite. He was a borderline Israelite. He was talking that Israel, the shit that the Israelites talk, Nat Turner was talking. Nat Turner was talking. And what really made him go off the rockers when they sexually assaulted and beat up his wife. Then his mother died. That nigga was like, yo, I'm gonna kill all these niggas. We gonna get these guns. And the thing about it, he was killing he was killing white kids, he was killing women, he was killing everybody. He's like, yo, I'm not gonna have these people's offspring. I'm not gonna give no, he's like, I'm not gonna give no pass to no little kid that's gonna do the same thing as their father does. So I'm gonna kill them all. He was on that type of shit. That's Nat Turner. This nigga, this nigga is a cleanup man. He made niggas disappear. I don't think y'all didn't hear what Willie D said. He said he was hearing scratch marks. He said when he opened up caskets, there were scratch marks on there. That means a nigga was trying to get out. They saying that a man was trying to get out. Mm, 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 mm. The question I want to ask you is he a freedom fighter or is he a treasonist? That's the question I'm gonna ask y'all. Is he a freedom fighter or is he a treasonist? Because the thing about it, you got to look at it, this man didn't need no gun to kill anybody. He tortured niggas. He made niggas think. He made people think twice of what they did to black people. Y'all gotta understand now, in this era, people always talk, and I'm gonna tell this to the white supremacists. People always talk about, yo, I wanna go back to the old times. Nigga, if you go back to those old times, you know how many niggas would have been missing? You know how many white people would be missing? You gotta understand. Sometimes you think a nigga scared of you and he's not scared of you. He's gonna make you disappear. There is no police. There is no cameras. So if a nigga make you disappear, if the nigga make you disappear, well, was he pure evil? Well, he was poor. Let me ask you a question, Robin. I'm gonna play devil's advocate. If he was pure evil, what you think his slave masters was? I want you to think about that. You can answer it. You can take your time to answer it, but you gotta understand. I'm going on what you say. You say, well, he was pure evil, though. If he's evil, what was his slave masters? All nine of his slave masters was. That's what you gotta think about. Let me ask you a question. If Lucifer is trying to take over, the devil himself trying to take over this world, I tortured the devil. I skinned the devil alive. I put him in the most harness tactics ever. Does that make me evil? The reason why I ask that question is because I want you to think, what is evil or what is justice? Was it evil or was it justice? And you know what? This is a question I want to give because you know what? This is a tribute to you. Is what Solomon did evil or was it justice? I'm gonna put that in the live chat right now. And I'm gonna say this. Shout out to Robin. Thank you for making me think about that. So everybody, I put that in the live chat. We're gonna see how this is. I know this is a small show. Really hard question. I agree with him fighting for freedom, but what I don't like is the light and white devil. Let me ask you a question. What's going on, Doug? Night. Salute, salute. Let me ask you a question. And we're gonna finish this video. Do you believe in the Holy Bible, Robin? If you do, God has done worse, even to his own people that he loved, called the Israelites. You know, he put, you got to understand, God put his favorite people, his chosen people, not these chosen people that you talk about, that other people talk about, his chosen people, the modern day chosen people. He put those people in captivity, then spread them all around the world. Then I know he put them in captivity. Moses freed them, and when Moses' prophecy was to God's favorite people that they will go back in captivity, but on boats and spread all around the world. Which one is evil? Putting his favorite people back in captivity after they just got out of captivity, or burying alive and two nine evil people. Um, the people that I'm talking about are not small hats. They're the modern day Israelites. You know, so let's take that out, the small hats out, and let's talk about the Israelites. And don't forget, the Israelites fucked up. They fucked up twice. Jacob gave his rights to Esau. The second one is the Israelites wanted to be everything except the laws of God. They wanted to be Muslim. They wanted to be Christian. They wanted to be not Judaism. Hindu. They wanted to be everything except follow the laws of God. That's why they went through the things that they went through because of their forefathers. You got to read the Bible and figure out that this is why.
While this story is making its ways, it draws on very real and brutal history of slavery in Charleston, a major hub of slave trade. So even if the story was fictional, it draws on the brutal history of slavery in Charleston and in the Deep South, period.
I'm gonna answer you a question. I'm gonna ask you another question, Robin. You know who didn't have free will from God? Once you figure out who didn't have free will from God, you know why he hated God.
I do have you know that there were real slave rebellions and planned insurrections occurred, such as the major plot organized by free black carpenter Denmark Vesey in 1822, which you probably never heard of. But yeah, it went down. It went down, and they handled their business. There is a documented story of Solomon Northup, a free black man who was kidnapped and sold into slavery for 12 years. And that has verified historical accounts detailed in his memoir, 12 Years a Slave.
Lucifer was Lucifer. Angels don't have free will. That's why this is why Lucifer wanted to be God. This is why that war happened in heaven. This is why, and I'm gonna say this: God's favorite angel or Yahweh's favorite angel was Lucifer. It wasn't Michael. It was Lucifer. And everybody who was with Lucifer went to hell with him after the war. That's why if you ever seen like a little statue where you see three angels right there and they watch Lucifer just leave heaven and stuff, walk down and stuff like that, it was powerful because he wanted to be God because at the end of the day he didn't like him not having free will. That's why if you ever notice, Lucifer's real power is music. He was an angel of music. That's why when you listen to certain type of music, you feel a certain type of way. That's why if you ever notice, if a person if you ever let's let's not talk about black community. Let's talk about white community. When white community is about to go do crime, what do they do? The first thing they do is listen to music. Because Lucifer was the angel of music. Yes, he was.
So they don't mind you knowing about stories like 12 Years of Slave because he didn't whoop no ass. He didn't kill nothing. You know, he didn't stop nothing. He just was like just another slave, docile slave. He was a free man who got broken into a slave. He was a free man, and he was kidnapped and enslaved. He didn't do any, you know, he didn't start a revolt or anything like that. He didn't, so that's why they made a movie about him, and the movie was highly successful. They'll let you make these movies about slaves as long as they come out on top. As long as they don't give you no ideas about having the power to take life. That's why the greatest slave movie ever made, Birth of a Nation.
Mm. That's the Nat Turner movie, not the 1913 movie. They talk about Nat Turner. They gotta. If you ever got time, there's a movie. It's called Birth of the Nation. The person who plays on it, and this is how you know it's the right movie because it got Nate Parker in it. And they try. When I said they try to like hide that new movie, it was a good movie. I went to go see the movie 2 or 3 times. I seen white people crying in the movie. I seen white people crying. It had Gabrielle Union in it, you know. So yeah.
Directed by Nate Parker.
Told you. Yeah, he was a
Didn't
main
do so
character.
well at the box office. They boycotted it.
Told you.
And they actually used Black Twitter to help them do that. Because
Hmm.
what they did is they went after Nate.
They I'm gonna say this before he said it. They brought up Nate Parker's past, where Nate Parker, a white woman, tried to accuse Nate Parker for sexually assaulting a white woman. His roommate took the plea, but Nate Parker fought it, and he put it and what he did with Nate Parker put her name up in the newspapers. So when he put her name up in the newspaper, they knew who she was. Then they found out she was lying. They found out she was lying. And then after that, the bitch offed herself because she couldn't deal with what she did. She popped her on top off because she lied. Then that nigga, what's his name, the gay dude, Anderson Cooper, try to make they no he tried to demonize Nate Parker because she killed herself. He demonized her. And I think that was the sad part because at the end of the day, Nate Parker didn't do nothing to nobody. He won his court case, and at the end of the day, they couldn't accept that he won. And his other partner reappealed it.
On an old SA case
Told you.
where a woman I think it was in Pennsylvania. I'm not sure if it was
Penn State.
Pittsburgh,
Penn State.
but a woman when he was in college, a girl who he went
Accused.
to school with claimed that he had SA'd her. Well, the girl had a train ran on her,
Him and his roommate.
and I'm not sure if he was in the room or whatever, but he did, I believe, had sex with the chick or whatever, but there was no rape involved. They even went to trial, and he was acquitted. Him and his buddy was acquitted. Black men acquitted in Pennsylvania
The roommate had to reappeal the case because he pleaded out.
of SAing a white girl. So you tend to believe that if They actually went to trial and was acquitted in Pennsylvania. Out of all people, black men doing this, accused of doing this to a white girl, they were likely innocent, right? So I absolutely believe that an innocent man or innocent men got a raw deal. They got dealt a hard. It was on point. If you haven't seen that movie, you are doing yourself an injustice.
I'm gonna say this, everybody. You got to take a look at that movie. It's called Birth of a Nation with Nate Parker. Don't look at the old school Birth of a Nation. That's probably one of the most racist movies of all time. Was Birth of a Nation, the old school movies. The new one, it's about Nat Parker. It's about Nat Turner. If you don't know who Nat Turner is, definitely look him up. Do research of him. He's a very interesting person. I'm gonna even say this. Nate, Nat Turner, I mean, the influence of Nat Turner influenced Django. You're gonna see the similarities of that movie and Nat Turner. Nat Turner was the real deal. He was a real Virginian. Virginian, that's how you say it. So yeah, that's the home of Nat Turner, Virginia. So yeah, that's yeah. I have only seen the old school, but no, you got to see the new one. It's real good, Robin. I'm telling you, you'll like the movie. It's a lot of killing because it's you just gotta watch it. Just watch it, and Robin, I'll put it this way: let me email me after you watch the movie, and we can have a review. I'll let you. I'll bring you on the show. I'll do a video chat with you on this show, so you could tell me how you like the movie. If you didn't like it, okay, just tell me you didn't like the movie, and I'll tell you what I thought about the movie. What was the great parts about the movie? What people? What was the gems about the movie?
Sonically, the acting.
Yes.
Oh man, that movie was on point. If you haven't seen that movie, you are doing yourself an injustice. In fact, if you first of all, ain't no new movie coming out that's better than that movie.
Mm.
That's number one. So if you're planning on watching a new movie, going to the theaters, you ain't got to go to the theater. You can watch that one. You need to watch that first because ain't no new movie coming out that's better than it. I can tell you that. No movie coming out in the next few months. At least I ain't seen nothing coming out soon that can compare to it.
I will say this, and I will warn you, Robin. It's a lot to contain because you will see some traumatizing things. Like, for example, you will see a white little girl having a rope around another little black girl's neck like she's a dog and like running around with her, playing with her. Like you will see shit like that. Because that's what used to go on back in those days. This is why I asked you the question, was it justice or was it evil? Because I told you the real story about Nat Turner. Nat Turner didn't leave nobody alive. He didn't leave kids alive. He didn't leave women alive. And I know with certain people that shit's off limits. No. When people are trying to kill your offspring, and I'm gonna say this, there are certain parts of the South that white supremacists used to feed babies to alligators as alligator bait. So definitely you will see a revolt. There's gonna be a part where a black man goes in a white man's room and a little 10-year-old girl's running out of there because he's finished having sex with her, and the guy cuts the guy's head off and carries his head out the building, out the place. So this is I'm telling you, it's gonna be a lot of stuff that you're gonna be like, yo, what the fuck is going on? Is this a fucking Epstein Island? No. This is why I say like that this is why I always say that the Martin Luther King shit I always push back on. And it's not that Martin Luther King didn't help our people. It's just he Martin Luther King did it the long way. Long way where people died, people got beat the fuck up, people lost their lives. And I'm even talking about even white folks, folks who did defend and believed in Martin Luther King. They lost his life because of him. Because at the end of the day, there was laws back in those days. Those there were secret laws back in the the non-violent shit. It just doesn't work. It has never worked. You know, I'm gonna even say this. This is why y'all never follow those laws. Those peaceful protesting and stuff. They think this is how bad it is, Robin. They think peaceful protesting was January 6th, breaking in the fucking windows and stuff like that, shitting on people's desks. And a black man had to fucking defend the place and shoot a white woman twice. You know? They think that's a peaceful protest. Even Donald Trump thought that shit was a peaceful protest. No, you broke into the fucking Capitol Hill building. And you got to look at it like this. Let's say America let that shit slide. What you think is next? What you think is next? City Hall, the government building, like it'll be crazy. That's why I said certain shit we can't let shit slide. Um Malcolm X was more militant. Malcolm X had to be militant. First of all, Malcolm X went to jail. He went to Shirley Prison in Massachusetts. I think he did 9 years. Yeah, he got locked up, and he got locked up with two white women. Two white women got free, and he went to him and his buddy went to jail. So it's you know how those times was. So yeah, it's I'm gonna say this, Robert, and I just want you to understand, like when we do stuff like this, you gotta understand a lot of black people have short ends of the stick. Um, there's a riot after Stanley Cups every year. Yeah. There was a riot in Massachusetts after the Red Sox went to the World Cup. A white girl got shot in the face with a beanbag by the police and she lost her life. And she got money for it. Yeah, the 60s were crazy. Yeah, you'll be surprised, Robin. Like this what comes with the terror. I'm gonna say this, and I want white people to understand. This is what comes with a rebel. This what comes with the territory. This what comes with the consequences in the territory of being a revolutionist. Jake Lang got the brakes beat the fuck out of him by fucking Somalian pirates. And he didn't understand that this what comes with the revolution, getting your ass whooped, getting almost killed, you know? One person, and I have to give him credit, and he understood it to the core, was Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk knew he wasn't gonna live. But Charlie Kirk is not a martyr. You know, and the reason why he wasn't for America, he was for white conservatives. And I have to say that. You know, did black people follow him? Absolutely. Black people did follow the white conservatism, but I don't think those people understand it wasn't for them. Did Charlie Kirk believe in separation? Absolutely not, but he did believe in white pride. And you got to understand, white pride in America is different from just positivity white pride. We can't change, and I'm going to tell everybody this, we cannot change the definition of what white pride is or white power is. Um your elders told us what white pride is. The elders told us what white, hold on, give me a second. What white power was. So at the end of the day, like I get it. Can I tell you something? Charlie Kirk faked his death. He had a oh shit. Shout out to Robin. I'm not gonna put that out there, Robin. 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 One day I want you on this show. I want you on this show when we're doing conspiracies, and I want you to tell you I want you to tell your conspiracies. You know, and this is when we get when the program gets larger. So yeah, definitely.
And if you planning on watching any other
I'm gonna say this, Robin. I love your conspiracies. I swear to God, my favorite conspiracy with you is the Obama. That one, and I'm gonna say this. I thought Obama was an immigrant too until I see his mama. His mama was a white woman, white American woman. So it's Richard Smith has already admitted white nationalist ideology is flawed. Yeah, it is. It's flawed. White nationalism. It's confusing. I will say that, Ray. It's very confusing.
movies that's already out, there's very few movies that can even hold a candle to it. So if you already watched something else and you're thinking about watching a movie you've already watched again, you should go ahead and invest your time in watching Birth of a Nation and just see how that.
All right, I'm gonna stop right here. We're gonna do another tribute for my uncle. We're gonna scratch another scratch ticket. Oh yeah, Obama's birth certificate is fake as fuck. His mama's American. Put it this way: even if he was an immigrant, his mama's American, so he's an anchor baby. All right, we're gonna try it again, everybody. Yo, you know what? I don't like this nickel. Oh, I just dropped my charger. Give me a second, everyone. Oh, we got a jingle bell, everybody. Hold on. So the numbers we got is 7, 2, 3, 4, 10, 9, 17, 14, 13, 6, 16, and a jingle bell. That's what we got, everybody. We got a little jingle bell. Let me see. Let me read the jingle bell. Oh, it's a double. Hold on. Oh, we just won $20. Yo, we just won $20, everybody. Mm. All right, everybody. We just won $20. Hold on a second. Yep, we won $20, everyone. Salute, salute. Look at. Yeah, we won 20. So, oh, hold up. Sorry. For peace, not this. That's all that gang banging stuff. So I do this. It might be lame, but yeah. We're gonna watch a little bit of.
Movie, just watch how it progresses. one of the best.
All right, shout out to Uncle D, man. Shout out to Willie D. But we're gonna watch the nooks and the crannies of what's actually really going on and stuff. Give me a second. Let me see what y'all been saying before we start. Yeah, I promise. Yeah, it's a good Robin, it's a good movie, man. Definitely. As many times I say yo. So, I'm gonna say this. This is a great show. I mean, this one right here, we're gonna get with the nooks and crannies, but we're gonna see what's going on. Militant, yeah. Yeah, Stanley Cup. Yeah, that's another one, Ray Ray. Thank you with that one. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's that Charlie Kirk joke. Shout out to you. And everybody, don't forget to like and subscribe and comment in the live chat. Also, if you're a subscriber, you can be in a live chat. But if you're not a subscriber, you gotta subscribe, and you can chat with me all night. Uh, I'm just gonna, like I said, I'm just doing a research show, so this is gonna be like 2, maybe 3 hours. So maybe 3.5, because we already passed 2 hours. I didn't even know that. But yeah, I'm gonna put the information on so that's the stream live. And also everybody, we have super chat. Y'all been asking for super chat. We got the super chat out there, so definitely hit the super chat. Um and shout out to y'all. Shout out to y'all people who are hitting the super chat. So when you do hit the super chat, I will put your info. I will put your hold on, I'm sorry everybody. Give me a second. I will put your response up. So definitely hit the super chat, hit the Cash App, hit all of those apps, and definitely donate to the program. Donate to the platform. The platform just goes back to upgrading and doing everything else to the platform. All the other stuff that I do, I spend out my own pocket. So definitely when you do donate, it does help me. It does help me out. So shout out to like people like E Will, Adam B, Dorsey, Convo, DJ X1, all of y'all, and if I forget your names, Pinky Wells. If I forgot your names, I apologize. I can't think of everybody's names. Y'all, I'm telling y'all, and I'm gonna say this: the FBA family, the white supremacies, the white community, regular people, Latino people, y'all actually donate to me. So like shout out to y'all. All I'm just trying to do, and like I said, is just give y'all a platform where y'all can speak y'all mind. You know, as long as it respects the laws of the land, I let y'all speak your mind. I'll never, stop y'all from doing anything. So definitely I appreciate it. Just like, yeah, just like I said, give donations. Even this $2 now because it's super chat. Like with my super chat, I'm gonna put your information up there, so don't think I'm not. So let's go into this next video right here. We're gonna hear the story. We might do a second one depending on the time, but we're gonna figure out who's this guy. Um, who's this guy? Solomon Fairfax is. Oops, sorry.
Cemetery in Charleston, South Carolina. Beneath the ancient oak trees of St. Michael's Cemetery in Charleston, South Carolina, lie 9 graves that the city's most prominent families refuse to discuss. Each headstone bears the name of a wealthy plantation owner who died between 1851 and 1855, all under mysteriously similar circumstances, sudden paralysis followed by what physicians of the time called merciful death. But in 1923, when the cemetery underwent renovation, groundskeepers made a horrifying discovery that city officials immediately ordered sealed from public record. Inside each of those 9 coffins, the wooden lids bore deep scratch marks from fingernails, and the bodies lay in positions suggesting desperate struggles. What the authorities found next would haunt Charleston's elite for generations: a leather journal buried beneath the cemetery's oldest magnolia tree, written in the careful handwriting of a man named Solomon Fairfax, detailing 4 years of calculated revenge that began with a family's screams and ended with 9 men buried alive.
I'm gonna say this, and this is just a human nature thing. Um, and if you're younger, if you're a younger person, like in your, I'm gonna say 30 and under, you got to be careful how y'all treat people. You really got to be careful how you treat people. Right now, with you white supremacists, I have to talk to y'all white supremacists first. You see all these homosexuals shooting y'all and getting busy and stuff. You got to understand, for the last probably 15, 20 years, how y'all been treating these folks, calling them the F word, beating them the fuck up, putting your hands on them and stuff like that. Like, don't forget what that guy with the dude, the transgender with the father saying you're a man, throwing fucking he threw something at her. I think he threw a toilet paper at her, saying, "Yo, you're a man," while she was online and stuff like that. You don't know how that person would have acted, and probably would have killed the whole family. So at the end of the day, this is why I always tell y'all all the time, and this is for the conservatives. It's not that I don't hate. It's not that I hate y'all because you're white. I don't hate y'all. I'm explaining. I'm giving y'all game. I'm giving y'all game right now and telling y'all, like, yo, you can't treat people like that, because you know what? These niggas got guns too. These gay people got guns too. These niggas be packing out people too. Why you think Tariq Nasheed always say, "Yo, I'm not fighting no sissy"? Why you think a gay man had DJ Academics crying online, talking about, if I do that, yeah, nigga. There's a reason why. There's a reason why some of these people don't want to tell you. Like, the nigga was day off of next Friday, talk about, if I get myself in something, you ain't gotta live here, nigga. Academics was crying online because a guy said, "Yo, we could shoot a fair ones, and once I win and knock your ass out, I'ma fuck you in the ass." A gay man told the academics that. You gotta understand that these niggas is not playing with y'all. There's a reason why white crime, and this is why I did this show, that show, white crime is going up. Why don't white crime is going up? It's on the rise right now. This is why I always say that, yo, y'all can't get along. Even put it this way, say all the black people disappear. Y'all can't get along. Y'all can't get along. Why you think I always say black Americans are the most patriotic people of all times? We're the most American out of anybody. We can deal with the circumstances because we know how to adapt. Niggas was sad when Donald Trump was the president the first time. Niggas was sad. I seen niggas on the train. Niggas wanted to cry. But niggas just said, yo, fuck it. We're going to have to get used to this. We're going to adapt. So this is what we did. I'm interested to seeing which group will win the Federation Society of the Globalists. Me too. Me too. I'm gonna say the same thing, Red Ray. Same here. I don't know who's gonna win, man. I'm gonna say this. We don't like Jays, and we don't like gender bend. Put it this way, Robin. If you don't like that, you got a lot of people you're at war with. You gotta understand that, Robin. And at the end of the day, this is why I always tell you, Robin, you gotta adapt. Don't get mad. Don't get into a situation with these folks. Adapt. Adapt to put it this way, Robin, this is what you could have been doing right now. You could have been adapting to their ecosystem and destroying their ecosystem by uh, by joining in. You could have been destroying their ecosystem. Building your building your world, being a king, destroying everything that they create. Because at the end of the day, you're adapting. But at the end of the day, you can't adapt, Robin. Because at the end of the day, you feel like, yo, you know what? If it's not my way, it's no way. This is why those type of people loses. That's why a lot of kings die. That's why Julius Caesar died. He couldn't adapt to his own people. He was just doing foul shit. Was people scared of him? Was he feared? Yes, he was feared by his own people. But at the end of the day, those people who feared him killed him. What I mean by joining, I just mean accept. Accept these niggas for who they are. But at the end of the day, if you want to control the situation, you got to tap into where they are. I'm not trying to say do the same thing that they're doing, but accept who they are. One thing book I'm gonna tell you to read, Robin, give me a second. I got a whole bunch of books. This book right here. I'm gonna tell you to read this book, Robin. This is the book you need to read. I want you to read this book, and I want you to read this book. I want you to read that book, and I want you to read this book. Those are the two books I want you to read. Uh, hey, what's going on, E Will? Salute, salute. Hey, yo, E Will, I finally got the super chat. Yeah. So, Robin, that's why I want you to read those books. I want you to read those books so I can know what's going on. You don't know what's going on, Robin. You think power wins everything. Sometimes power doesn't win everything. You got to understand. Look at this. Let me ask you a question. If power and numbers win everything, Black Americans is only 13% of the population, and we won more battles than most people in America. And that's what you have to understand. Now you got to figure out how. Why you think, put it this way, Robin, if black people wasn't strong, why you think that they have to do research, test, and was it was it testing group psyops? They have to do all this stuff on black Americans. They can't do the same thing that they can do on the fucking Puerto Ricans or the Dominicans or the Latinos or Indians or Haitians or Caribbeans or Africans. Nobody's not testing these type of people. They're testing black Americans because they're trying to figure out how these fucking people are so resilient after like we did this to them for like the last 500 to 600 years. How the fuck are they still, fighting? You know? How the fuck are they still achieving? How the fuck are they the most richest black people, black people in the black diaspora? How is that possible? We accept black Americans though. I get it, Robin, but at the end of the day, you gotta understand you are at war right now. What type of war are you trying to fight these people at? If you're trying to fight these people like with power, they got more power than y'all, and they're the minority. The small hats is a small majority. The LGBTQIA people, they're a small majority, but they're worldwide. They got resources. This is the thing. They got resources because of your people. And this is where you have to figure it out. That's why I said the same thing what I said about him.
Before we continue with the story of Solomon Fairfax and the dark secret that transformed a gentle healer into Charleston's most methodical killer, we need you to be part of our community of truth seekers. Hit that America's. We love hearing from our audience across the country. The journal's first entry, dated March 15th, 1851, began with a single line that would explain everything. Today I watched my wife and children burn, and I did nothing to stop it. Charleston in the 1850s stood as the crown jewel of Southern aristocracy, where white-columned mansions lined the Cooper River and fortunes built on rice and cotton created dynasties that believed themselves untouchable. The city's medical community, though small,
Now I want y'all to hear that. Did you hear what that man said? He said March 15, 1850. He said he watched his wife and children burn. Now let me ask you a question, Robin, because you said he is evil. Was it justified? Let me ask you, because we're going to dig more deep into this. Was this justified or was this just pure evil? You know, to me, I think this is an eye for an eye. I think this is you live by the sword, you die by the sword. And I think, you know what? Solomon chose, like, yo, if I'm going to die, I'm going to die by the sword. I have to revenge my kids and my wife. They took everything from this man. This man is fucking broken, and at the end of the day, he still has to play like nothing happened. So let's listen to what he said again. I don't think people understand that. You know, just listen.
across the country. The journal's first entry, dated March 15th, 1851, began with a single line that would explain everything. Today I watched my wife and children burn, and I did nothing to stop it. Charleston in the 1850s stood as the crown jewel of Southern aristocracy, where white-columned mansions lined the Cooper River and fortunes built on rice and cotton created dynasties that believed themselves untouchable. The city's medical community, though small, commanded enormous respect among the wealthy elite who could afford private physicians for their increasingly frequent ailments, mysterious fevers, sudden weakness, and strange paralytic conditions that seemed to plague Charleston's most prominent families with alarming regularity. Dr. Cornelius Hathaway had established his practice on Meeting Street in 1845, quickly earning a reputation among Charleston's upper class for his innovative treatments and unusual understanding of exotic remedies. His success stemmed partly from his exceptional assistant, a slave named Solomon Fairfax, who possessed an almost supernatural knowledge of medicinal plants and chemical compounds. Solomon had been purchased specifically for Dr. Hathaway's practice after demonstrating remarkable skills in botanical medicine, skills that had been passed down through generations of his family, who had served as healers on various plantations throughout the Carolina Lowcountry. Solomon Fairfax was not the typical field.
Solomon Fairfax was fucking around with hoodoo, not voodoo. Voodoo is a little bit different from hoodoo. The similarities that they have is that the voodoo can be a cure or a curse. Hoodoo is mostly with roots and remedies and shit like that. My great great Grammy was a witch doctor, so that's how I know. And she was in Savannah. She was crazy, you know. She talked shit to my great Grammy, and I love my great Grammy Lizzie, but she wasn't the nicest lady with, and she was an Indian lady with long fucking hair from not Selma, from Savannah. You know, she was an Indian lady. You know, so that's why I always tell fucking Black King. I'm like, yeah, my family's native too, but I always say black. You know, and I apologize for people who do get confused, but I consider my family black.
Slave that populated Charleston's plantations, standing tall with intelligent eyes that seemed to catalog every detail of his surroundings. He had been educated alongside the children of his previous master,
Mm.
learning to read and write before such education was strictly forbidden. His knowledge of Latin medical terms impressed even Dr. Hathaway, who had come to rely heavily on Solomon's ability to prepare complex compounds and assist with delicate procedures. The wealthy patients who visited Hathaway's practice grew comfortable with Solomon's presence, often requesting him specifically for his gentle bedside manner and seemingly intuitive understanding of their ailments. But Solomon's life had not always been confined to the sterile walls of a medical practice. For 32 years before coming to Dr. Hathaway, he had lived on the Pemberton plantation 15 miles outside Charleston, where he had married a woman named Celia and raised 3 children, 2 boys and a girl, in one of the plantation's slave quarters. The Pembertons had allowed this arrangement because Solomon's healing skills proved invaluable during the frequent outbreaks of fever and disease that could devastate a plantation's workforce overnight. Solomon's expertise had saved countless lives, both slave and free, earning him a measure of respect unusual for someone in his position. He had developed treatments for everything from snake bites to consumption, using a combination of traditional African remedies passed down from his grandmother and new techniques he learned by carefully observing the white physicians who occasionally visited the plantation. The Pembertons had even allowed him to tend to their own family during times of illness, a privilege that demonstrated the genuine trust they placed in his abilities. However, this relative comfort ended abruptly in March.
Um, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna push back on the African stuff. And this is the reason why. Black Americans been doing hoodoo for a very, very long time. My family does hoodoo and voodoo. So voodoo is more African. I will say that they're more African, but it's so hard to explain because at the end of the day, because I have a hoodoo and voodoo book. Let me see if I can find it. This is a hoodoo book. This is a Southern book. So we do deal with curses, but we rarely do that. That's only if we're doing something trying to kill you. It is you're gonna die. You know. So yeah, it's like I said. Like when I say like I deal with my family shit, I do deal with my family shit. So if I do talk about certain shit like that, it's just um because my family were some of my family members were healers. Can you explain the difference? Um Voodoo is more traditionally African. Hoodoo comes from America. Hoodoo comes from Black Americans or the tribal Americans that were already here. Such as like, say if you got a cold, say if like uh someone needs to be blessed, money, luck, you're about to go somewhere and like you need some type of yeah, it just different things. Hoodoo can come with that. Voodoo is more like I don't want to say sacrifice, but more dealing with like maybe the dead or more likely the dead. Like for example, well, I got that book. No, I don't got that book. I think I gave that book to my ex girlfriend. Um, there's certain remedies where, say, if you want somebody to fall in love with you, there's an old tradition where people use their period blood and they put in like spaghetti and shit like that. That's not just a Haitian thing. Africans do that. Certain traditions in America does that to a certain extent. Hoodoo don't really use that type of shit. And I'm gonna be personally honest. I don't think we use that shit like that. I don't even think that's in our I don't think that's in our one of our remedies. Because most of our remedies is like luck, good luck, and all this other stuff. Because you got to look at it like, do we got some shit that will poison a slave master? Absolutely, we do. We got some shit. We got some shit. We got some shit. But yeah, most of that other stuff. I remember. I'm a wizard. Shout out to you, man. So you be eating like witches and shit, huh? Huh, Appleby? I study some of that stuff that y'all be do y'all wizards and shit. Y'all be eating witches and shit. Yeah. Yeah, y'all wizards don't like witches. So shout out to you. Shout out to you, Adam B. Salute, salute, player. Keep up the good work.
Of 1851, when Edmund Pemberton's gambling debts forced him to sell portions of his human property to cover his mounting financial obligations. The sale was to include Solomon's wife and children, who would be separated and sent to different plantations across the state, a common practice that plantation owners justified as business necessity, but which destroyed families as effectively as any natural disaster. Solomon had pleaded with.
Do you know what that reminds me of? Section 8. Just listen to it. Just listen to it one more time. Watch.
His mounting financial obligations. The sale was to include Solomon's wife and children, who would be separated and sent to different plantations across the state, a common practice that plantation owners justified as business necessity, but which destroyed families as effectively as any natural disaster.
Now, what destroyed families like that? Section 8. This was a form of Section 8 where you don't want the men and women in the house where the only thing they're gonna have to do is listen to the women. One thing I learned about slavery, when you take the man out the house, they can't defend. So only thing a woman's gonna say is gonna tell you to comply. And it's not me beating up on a women or saying that they're wrong. It's just it's a part of that type of system of what was going on at those times, you know?
Solomon had pleaded with Edmund Pemberton, offering to work additional years without any compensation if his family could remain together. He had even suggested alternative arrangements, perhaps hiring himself out to other plantations during peak seasons to generate additional income. But Pemberton, facing creditors who demanded immediate payment, refused all negotiations. The sale was scheduled for March 14, 1851, at the Charleston slave market, and nothing would change that decision. The morning of March 14th dawned gray and humid, with storm clouds gathering over the Ashley River, as if nature itself sensed the tragedy about to unfold. Solomon had spent the previous night holding his family close in their small cabin, memorizing every detail of their faces, every sound of their breathing, knowing that sunrise would bring permanent separation. Celia, his wife of 15 years, had maintained her composure throughout the ordeal, focusing her energy on preparing their children for what lay ahead. 8-year-old Marcus, the eldest, had inherited Solomon's intelligence and curiosity about the world beyond the plantation. 6-year-old Samuel possessed his father's gentle nature and natural affinity for healing, often helping Solomon gather medicinal plants from the woods surrounding their quarters. Their daughter, 4-year-old Grace, clung to her mother with the instinctive understanding that something terrible was about to happen, though she could not comprehend the full scope of what awaited them. As the slave traders arrived to collect their human cargo, Solomon watched
Let me ask you a question, Robin. And the reason why I'm using you as a talking point. Because this isn't an experience, a historical experience in America for you. So the question I'm gonna ask you is: these people who are breaking up this family, are they evil or are they justifying by the necessity of of money. I mean, business necessities. See when the African tailors show up, it's really helped. It really helped me. Um, you also gotta be careful because they might be a scam, and you probably might just be healing yourself, Robin. So, just be careful. I'm not saying it doesn't work. I'm just telling you, be careful. If you if you're paying taxes, you're a slave. Okay, yes, slave. Okay. See what. Oh, he's talking about Africans.
Helplessly, as his family was loaded into a wagon alongside 6 other families being torn apart by Edmund Pemberton's financial desperation. The children's tears mixed with their parents' desperate promises that they would find each other again, somehow, someday. Promises everyone knew were lies designed to ease unbearable pain. But the true horror began during the journey to Charleston's slave market. Halfway to the city, one of the wagon wheels struck a deep rut in the rain-soaked road, causing the vehicle to tip precariously. In the confusion that followed, Celia fell from the wagon, striking her head against a sharp rock embedded in the roadside. Blood immediately began flowing from the wound, and Solomon, despite his shackled hands, tried desperately to reach her. The slave traders, concerned only with delivering their cargo in sellable condition, made a decision that
I mean, I'm a skeptic, so it could be totally bullshit. However, let me ask you as long as it work, Robin, that's all that matters. As long as it works, then at the end of the day, keep on doing it. But let me ask you a question. Here is Solomon's situation. You just heard that his wife just hit her head and she's bleeding out and stuff like that, and we don't know what happened to the kids and all this other cool, no, all not cool, but all this other debacle that's going on. Is Solomon broken, or is this justice? Or this is what turned them evil? I'll pay you nothing, then tax your work. Yeah, that's how it was. And Adam B, you can answer that question too. Do you think what Solomon has done to these 9 slave masters was it justified, or was it justice, or was it pure evil?
would haunt Solomon for the rest of his life. Rather than seeking medical attention for Celia, they declared her a loss and ordered the wagon to continue without her. Solomon screamed and fought against his restraints as they left his wife bleeding and unconscious by the roadside, but the other slaves held him back, knowing that resistance would only result in punishment for everyone. The nightmare intensified at the Charleston slave market, where Solomon was forced to watch as his children were sold to separate buyers. Marcus was purchased by a rice planter from Georgetown who specialized in using child labor for the dangerous work of tending irrigation systems in alligator-infested swamps. Samuel was bought by a cotton farmer from the upcountry whose reputation for working slaves to death was well known throughout the region. Grace, too young for field work, was sold to a family in Savannah as
Do you what I'm asking you, Adam B, do you think this is justified of what Solomon did to these 9 slave masters? He buried them alive. This man right there, he buried them alive until they died. And they just found them, I think, what? Probably 100 years ago or something like that, 80 years ago or some shit. Yeah.
a house servant, disappearing forever into the vast network of human bondage that connected southern cities. Through all of this, Solomon maintained an outward appearance of resignation, knowing that any display of emotion or resistance would make his situation even worse. Inside, however, something fundamental had broken. The man who had dedicated his life to healing, to preserving life and easing suffering, watched as everything he loved was destroyed by the casual cruelty of men who viewed human beings as property to be liquidated when convenient. Dr. Hathaway, unaware of the full scope of Solomon's tragedy, purchased him primarily for his medical skills, paying a premium price that reflected Solomon's reputation as an exceptional healer. The doctor had heard about Solomon's abilities from other physicians who had witnessed his work at the Pemberton plantation, and he desperately needed someone with advanced knowledge of medicinal compounds to help with his growing practice. As Solomon was led away from the slave market to begin his new life as Dr. Hathaway's assistant, he cast one final look back at the place where his family had been scattered to the winds. In that moment, something cold and calculating settled into his heart, a patience that would allow him to wait, to learn, and eventually to make those responsible pay.
So it was justified. So this is justice that you're saying, Robin. Yes, if I get to talk about it, no, it's just like taxes. Um, so let me ask you a question, Adam B. I know what Robin's answer is, but your answer is kind of like it's all over the place like bad shit. But the question I'm gonna ask you is: he killed these slave masters. He killed all nine of them. Was it justified? Take all the money out. Take all the other stuff out. The things what they did to this man right here. Do you think that you know what this is well deserved of what he done?
A price that matched the enormity of their crimes. That evening alone in
Mm,
the small room above
I
Dr.
get it
Hathaway's
now, Adam
practice
B.
that would serve
Thank you, Adam B. I agree with you. So we got two yeses right here. Thank you, Adam
as
B.
his new quarters, Solomon began writing in a leather journal he had managed to keep hidden throughout the ordeal. His first entry, written by candlelight in the careful script he had learned as a child, began with words that would define the next 4 years of his life. Today I watched my wife and children burn, and I did nothing to stop it. But I'm still alive, and I remember every face, every name, every voice that laughed as my world ended. They
Mm.
think they have broken me, but they have only taught me patience. The months following Solomon's arrival at Dr. Hathaway's practice passed in a blur of routine medical procedures and careful observation.
I'm gonna say this, Adam B. I'm gonna answer your question. Keep the masters and allow the way. Without masters, it's freedom. This is what people have been fighting for. It's freedom. They didn't fight for slave masters. This is why I revolt to a lot of stuff, if you notice. Even the things that we do talk about, I revolt. You might think, oh yo, he has an answer. Like, let me give you an example. The Bad Bunny. It was dope, but it wasn't my cup of tea. The reason why it was dope because I just wanted to see Puerto Rican bitches. I just wanted to see bitches shake their ass. That's all I wanted to see of Bad Bunny. I didn't ask for nothing more, nothing less. You know, but the thing about it, Bad Bunny had the freedom to create what he wanted to create. You know, I could take it how I wanted to take it. I could say, yeah, the shit sucked. But at the end of the day, I just took it as, you know, him being free and him talking about Puerto Rico. Niggas talking, you know, picking sugar canes. And honestly, I was thought niggas was gonna make some bacalao or some shit in the Super Bowl and nothing. Them niggas didn't have no type of bacalao, no rice and beans, no nothing. And I was kind of mad about that because I like bacalao. You know, so as much as I talk shit about everybody, I wanted, and the thing about I just talk shit about everybody because at the end of the day, it's just that's black culture. I'm not doing that shit to like demonize you or disparage you or anything. I just do that because that's a part of my culture. We talk shit about each other, you know. So That's why, like I always tell people all the time, only time I have a issue or a concern is when you're trying to get me demonetized. Or you're trying to do some shit just, to gaslight. That's why I had to get Ping Fu out. I got Ping Fu out of here because you know what? Yeah, at first I felt offended about the Bad Bunny show, but now I don't care. Yeah, cause Robin, let me ask you a question. Did you see some fine ass bitches on the Bad Bunny halftime show? If you seen some fine ass bitches on the Bad Bunny show, then you're good, my nigga. You ain't got nothing to worry about. You seen some ass shaking, you seen some big boobies, you see some struggling BBLs. Like my nigga, you're good. And I'm gonna say this. Mexicans and Puerto Ricans is notorious for having struggle BBLs. I'm gonna just be personally honest. Yeah, I did. So why does it matter? Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. So you know what? I had a great time watching the Bad Bunny show. Niggas thought I was gonna be nigga. I seen some fine ass Puerto Rican bitches. So it's nigga. I'm not mad. That's why nigga. I'm gonna be personally honest. That's why mad Puerto Rican niggas watched it. They're trying to see all the Puerto Rican bitches shake their ass, and they thought that, and a lot of Puerto Ricans thought they're gonna see a titty or two. So it's like my nigga. Niggas didn't care about no niggas picking sugar canes and all this other shit. Niggas don't want to reminisce. Niggas want to reminisce about that good coochie that foreign pussy that's in fucking Puerto Rico. You know? You don't got at least you don't have to hear me talk about niggas is washing their pussy in fucking alligator water in Puerto Rico. At least you don't gotta hear me saying that shit. You could say like, yo, you know what? I love the show. It's not because I care about the sugar cane niggas getting married and niggas walking through dancing in a struggling barn. Nigga, I don't give a fuck about that. I just cared about the bitches. Like every other Puerto Rican did. They didn't care about the fucking Puerto Rican straw hats and niggas is listening, playing the bongos. Niggas care about the titties and the ass and the pretty bitches. Like, and I'm gonna say this: if you're really looking for some art, you should have looked for that shit last year with Kendrick Lamar. I'm just being personally honest. You know, that's the only thing that you. There was no real choreography in the show, and I'm just being personally honest. Turn into like, yeah, Adam B. I know you like Puerto Rican bitches. Don't sit there and act like you don't like Puerto Rican bitches. Oh yeah. Let a Puerto Rican bitch talk about "Como está, papi?" And nigga, you be like, "Oh shit!" You know how y'all white guys do it. Y'all like the different languages and stuff like that. All of that. Remember, was the metal jacket when the little Asian bitch like, "Yo, me love you long time." Y'all niggas went crazy. All y'all niggas went to the Philippines after that shit. So you white folks love some foreign bitches. So don't sit here and act like y'all don't, my niggas. So man, for y'all be like, man, fuck them white bitches, man. Give me a Thailand bitch. Give me a Philippine. The 4'7" bitches and stuff. Yeah, y'all niggas is crazy. Y'all niggas gonna end up like, what's his name? What's my nigga's name? Woody Harrelson. That nigga, oh man, that nigga be respirating for some Asian bitches. So she could she could press 700. Yeah, all that rice she picking up. Yeah, man. Yeah, I know y'all white people like them Asian bitches, man. Yeah, I know y'all like them Puerto Rican bitches too. Yeah. Why y'all think? Let me ask you a question, Anime. Why y'all think all y'all white folks is going to Puerto Rico right now? You think you're going for the taxes? Less taxes? Nah, y'all going for that Puerto Rican coochie, man. That's why.
Nation. Solomon performed his duties with the same quiet competence he had always shown, mixing compounds, preparing treatment rooms, and assisting with patient care.
Mm.
But beneath this facade of acceptance, he was conducting an entirely different kind
Portuguese.
of study, learning the intimate details of Charleston's medical
Yeah.
community and the wealthy families who comprised Dr. Hathaway's clientele. Dr. Hathaway, a widower in his 50s with no children of his own, had come to rely heavily on Solomon's expertise. The doctor suffered from arthritis that made
Mm.
precise work increasingly difficult, and Solomon's steady hands and encyclopedic knowledge of medicinal preparations had become indispensable to the practice. More importantly for Solomon's developing plans, Dr. Hathaway had begun allowing him to handle certain patient interactions independently, particularly when dealing with chronic conditions that required regular monitoring and treatment. Charleston's wealthy elite, accustomed to the finest medical care available, initially viewed Solomon with the typical mixture of casual indifference and condescending approval that characterized their interactions with skilled slaves. However, his obvious competence and respectful demeanor gradually earned him a level of trust that would prove crucial to his plans. Patients began requesting him specifically, praising his gentle touch and apparent intuitive understanding of their conditions. During this period, Solomon methodically researched the backgrounds of every wealthy family that visited the practice. He learned about their business dealings, their social connections, and most importantly, their involvement in the slave trade that had destroyed his family. Through careful listening and discreet inquiries among other slaves who worked in Charleston's grand houses, he compiled detailed information about the men who had participated in or profited from the auction that scattered his children across the South. His investigation revealed that Edmund Pemberton had been merely one link in a much larger chain of exploitation. The Charleston slave market operated with the support and participation of the city's most respected citizens, men who served on church boards and charitable committees, while simultaneously treating human beings as livestock to be bought and sold for profit. These were the men who attended elegant dinner parties to discuss literature and philosophy, while their wealth was built on the suffering of families like Solomon's. Among Dr. Hathaway's regular patients, Solomon identified 9 men who had direct connections to his family's destruction.
Mm.
Some had been present at the auction, bidding on human cargo with the same detached interest they might show when purchasing horses or cattle. Others had provided financial backing for the slave trading operation, lending money to dealers who specialized in breaking up families to maximize profits. A few had purchased slaves from the same auction that had sold his children, contributing to the system that treated human beings as disposable commodities. As 1851 progressed into 1852, Solomon began experiencing what he privately called his education in advanced chemistry.
Mm.
Dr. Hathaway's medical library contained numerous texts on pharmaceutical compounds, including detailed descriptions of various substances that could produce paralysis, unconsciousness.
Well, Robin, they're never gonna tell you that. Why would? Let me ask you a question, Robin. If I win the war, can I really tell the truth? Can the person who lost the war tell the truth actually what happened, or the person who won the war tells the truth? So it's the reason why I ask that. The reason why I asked that question on the last bit of A1 song. Ooh. Mm. That's why it's always the his story, not the story. You know, always remember that. If you win the war, you get to tell the story. If you don't win the war, it can be erased. The winner always erased. Yeah, there you go. So why would they tell the truth about, slavery? I remember, let me tell you something. Growing up, I remember niggas was saying that slave masters were fucking civilized to the slaves. Then when you find out all these barbaric fucking instruments of brutality and torture, you be like, yo, where the fuck is the civilization? Where the fuck is the civilized areas? There has never been no civilized areas. It's always about, taking coochie, raping, fucking violating babies, even violating men if you have an anchor for it. This is Robin, you gotta understand this is the ugly part of history. This is the ugly part of history, and this is the shit that we see from monster people. This is why I always tell people all the time, like, yo, this I'm gonna say this, Robin. When has America never broke a treaty with anybody? Even you gotta even look at it. Um Abolishing slavery was a treaty breaker too, because at the end of the day, there was components that they didn't complete or comply with. You know, it's the same shit with white folks. The winner, yeah, you're right. You're right, Robin. So it's just this what comes with the territory of things.
The appearance of death while leaving the victim's mind fully aware. These books, written for legitimate medical purposes, became Solomon's textbooks in a curriculum of revenge. The most significant discovery came in a treatise on South American plant toxins, which described a compound derived from a vine that grew in the Amazon basin, but had been successfully cultivated in the greenhouse of a Charleston botanist who supplied exotic specimens to wealthy collectors. This particular toxin, when properly prepared, could induce a state of complete muscular paralysis while leaving the victim's consciousness and pain sensation entirely intact. The affected person would appear dead to casual observation, but would remain fully aware of their surroundings for several hours before the toxin's effects proved fatal. Solomon spent months learning to identify and cultivate the plant, eventually locating specimens in the greenhouse of Dr. Hathaway's friend, Professor Nathaniel Crenshaw, who taught natural sciences at the College of Charleston. Professor Crenshaw, unaware of Solomon's true interest in botany, was delighted to find someone who shared his passion for exotic plant species and began allowing Solomon to help maintain his greenhouse collection. Through careful experimentation with laboratory mice, Solomon determined the precise dosage needed to achieve the desired effects. Too little would merely cause temporary weakness. Too much would result in immediate death. But the correct amount would create a state indistinguishable from death to anyone lacking extensive medical knowledge, while preserving the victim's consciousness long enough to experience the terror of being buried alive. The psychological preparation for what he planned required perhaps even more discipline than mastering the chemistry involved. Solomon had to maintain his gentle, helpful demeanor while internally preparing himself to watch men suffer in ways that violated everything his healing nature represented. He justified this transformation by regularly reviewing the names of his children in his journal, reminding himself of their fate and the callous indifference of the men who had profited from their sale. As winter approached in 1852, Solomon had identified his first target, Colonel Reginald Fitzpatrick, a wealthy rice planter who had not only attended the auction where Solomon's family was sold, but had loudly joked about the breeding potential of the children being offered for sale. Fitzpatrick suffered from chronic gout and visited Dr. Hathaway's practice monthly for treatments that provided temporary relief from his painful condition. The Colonel's regular appointments, his trust in Solomon's medical abilities, and his habit of arriving alone for his treatments made him an ideal first victim for Solomon's carefully planned campaign of revenge. But Solomon forced himself to wait, knowing that patience and perfect execution would be essential to avoiding suspicion and ensuring that all 9 men received the justice they deserved. In his journal, Solomon wrote detailed profiles of each intended victim, noting their medical conditions, their treatment schedules, and their involvement in the slave trade. These entries read like a physician's case notes, but they documented a very different kind of treatment plan. One designed not to heal, but to ensure that 9 men would experience the same helpless terror that Solomon's children had felt as they were torn.
I'll say this. Adam B. Baby's got baseball bats on oak tree. Yeah, you're right. They got worse stat. They got fed to alligators. I'll play it again for you.
Fitzpatrick, a wealthy rice planter who had not only attended the auction where Solomon's family was sold, but had loudly joked about the breeding potential of the
mm,
children being offered for sale.
mm.
Fitzpatrick suffered from chronic gout and visited Dr. Hathaway's practice monthly for treatments that provided temporary relief from his painful condition. The Colonel's regular appointments, his trust in Solomon's medical abilities, and his habit of arriving alone for his treatments made him
Mm.
an ideal first victim for Solomon's carefully planned campaign of revenge. But Solomon forced himself to wait, knowing that patience and perfect execution would be essential to avoiding suspicion and ensuring that all 9 men received the justice they deserved. In his journal, Solomon wrote detailed profiles of each intended victim, noting their medical conditions, their treatment schedule.
Hey, yo, let me ask y'all a question. This is a weird question, but I have to ask it. How much, yo, if you think we found this motherfucker's journal, how much money you think people would pay just to read that journal? Like, let me ask you a question, Adam B. If you was a multimillionaire, how much would you pay to read this man's journal? Just in this thing, you too, Robin. Answer that question. How much would you pay to read that man's journal? You know, um, Adam B. Let me ask you a question. Historical as this man is right now, as lit as this man is right now, that's like I'm gonna be personally honest. Reading this man's journal is like having Nat Turner's fucking holy Bible that he was killing all white supremacists with. That white that that Bible that he had that he was helping white supremacists control black people with, that he used the Bible to kill white supremacists with. That's a historical thing. That's something that money can't give you. That's legacy. That's legacy. That's like put it this way. Other than that, that's like having Nat Turner's sword that he was killing everybody with. Mm, mm. Oh yeah, thank you, Rob. That shit is priceless. The shit that they're talking about now, you gotta understand. That shit is probably 3 times worse. That shit is probably 3 times worse of what this person is saying right now. Cause you gotta understand, a lot of these people, the way that they write was probably old English and brutal. So it's different. It hits different, you know?
Schedules and their involvement in the slave trade. These entries read like a physician's case notes, but they documented a very different kind of treatment plan. one designed not to heal, but to ensure that 9 men would experience the same helpless terror that Solomon's children had felt as they were torn from everything they had ever
Maybe
known.
maybe
The
Adam B.
transformation of Solomon Fairfax from healer to methodical killer began with meticulous preparation that spanned the entire year.
You know who was a healer and a methodical killer? But I don't think he was a methodical killer. He was a psychologist. Hannibal Lecter. Hannibal Lecter. Don't forget, Hannibal Lecter was out here helping people and eating niggas' bodies. He was solving crimes and still eat. He was solving people's crimes and taking niggas' livers and making fucking stir fry out of it. You know, so it's like that's why I asked you the question, Adam B. Was it just in I'm sorry, and Robin. I'm sorry, Robin, I left you out. Was it a good or a bad thing? Was this justified? Was this pure evil?
Of 1852. Every detail had to be perfect, every contingency planned, every variable controlled. The men he intended to target were not isolated individuals, but pillars of Charleston society, whose deaths would be scrutinized by the city's most prominent physicians and investigated by authorities who would be under intense pressure to find explanations. Solomon's first step involved establishing himself as an indispensable part of Dr. Hathaway's practice. He began arriving earlier each morning to prepare the office, staying later each evening to organize medical supplies, and demonstrating such dedication to his work that Dr. Hathaway increasingly relied on his judgment in medical matters. This growing trust would be essential when Solomon needed to handle certain patients independently without the doctor's direct supervision. The development of his paralytic compound required months of careful refinement. Working in a small shed behind Dr. Hathaway's office, ostensibly to prepare herbal remedies that supplemented the doctor's treatments, Solomon cultivated the toxic vine and experimented with extraction methods. The process was dangerous. Several times he accidentally exposed himself to small amounts of the toxin, experiencing temporary numbness that gave him a terrifying preview of what his victims would endure in their final hours. The compound in its final form was a colorless, odorless liquid that could be easily...
Now you gotta understand. Now let me ask y'all a question. The shit that they were doing back in these days, I think they could have cured cancer. And the reason why, because they were only using herbs and all this other stuff. Like this motherfucker, and I'm sorry to disrespect the dead, but this Solomon guy was using herbs to kill people. He was using the earth to kill his enemies, to kill his antagonizer. So this is the questions. These are the questions that you have to think. Like, yo, what the hell was going on in this man's mind? Yo, you know what? Yo, this shit would be so fucking lovely just to read this motherfucker's journal. You gotta understand, like certain people, yo, you want to be like, yo, I want to read this motherfucker's journal and what he was writing for himself. That's like, I'm gonna be personally honest. That's like reading Jeffrey Dahmer's fucking journal and why he did what he did and how he did it. That's like reading the fucking was it the Mendoza twins or Mendoza brothers? Why did they violate? Why did they kill their fucking mother and father? You know, sometimes like yo, certain things as Robin said, that certain things are priceless. You just want to know. You want to understand. Like sometimes you just want to. Let me ask you a question. A lot of you white supremacists salute and praise fucking Adolf Hitler, but not understanding like why did Adolf Hitler? It's always a conspiracy with Adolf Hitler, and don't forget Adolf Hitler mother was a Ashkenazi Jew. You know, she was an Ashkenazi Jew. She was born in Give me a second. Is it Austria? I think she was an Austrian Jew. His mother, but he killed off. You know the bloodline. He tried. We could say he tried. And failed. But at the end of the day, this is what goes on in these type of situations. To AD speech and which AD? Anthony Davis, AD from California. Which AD? Oh, you gotta let me know. Adam B. And I mean not Adam B. I'm sorry. Yeah, Adam B. Let me know. Email me, Adam B. Just email me and I'll look it up. I don't know what AD you're talking about.
Mixed with other medications without detection. When administered in the correct dosage, it would begin taking effect within 30 minutes, initially causing weakness and disorientation that would be attributed to the patient's existing medical condition. Within an hour, complete paralysis would set in, but the victim would remain conscious and able to hear, see, and feel everything happening around them. Most crucially, the paralysis would be so complete that it would be impossible to detect breathing or pulse without extremely careful examination. To physicians of the 1850s, lacking modern diagnostic equipment, a patient treated with Solomon's compound would appear to have died peacefully from natural causes. Only someone with extensive knowledge of the toxin's properties would recognize the subtle signs that indicated the victim was still alive but completely immobilized. Solomon's selection of Colonel Reginald Fitzpatrick as his first victim was both strategic and personal. Fitzpatrick's monthly visits for gout treatment provided a predictable schedule, and his arrogant demeanor made him particularly easy to despise. More importantly, Fitzpatrick lived alone except for house slaves who were terrified of him, making it unlikely that anyone would insist on an extended wake or detailed examination of his body after death. The Colonel's medical history provided Solomon with the perfect cover story. Fitzpatrick suffered not only from gout, but also from a weak heart, a condition that Dr. Hathaway had been monitoring for several years. If Fitzpatrick died suddenly, heart failure would be the obvious diagnosis, requiring no further investigation or autopsy. On December 15, 1852, Colonel Fitzpatrick arrived for his regular appointment, complaining that his gout pain had worsened significantly over the past week. Dr. Hathaway was attending to another patient, so he instructed Solomon to prepare Fitzpatrick's usual treatment and begin the consultation. This routine delegation of responsibility provided exactly the opportunity Solomon had been waiting for. As Solomon prepared the Colonel's medication, he added precisely measured drops of his paralytic compound to the solution. Years of medical practice had taught him to maintain steady hands and a calm expression, even in stressful situations. Skills that
Yeah, Robin. What else you think he used? He didn't use chemicals or anything. Chemicals, all the chemicals came from herbal things. If you ever know about hoodoo, it's always herbs. Herbs and maybe it's always herbs. Nine out of put it say 8 out of 10 is herbs. It's nothing else. No, in hoodoo, you use voodoo. It use herbs, animals, just the whole 9 yards. Nigga, yo. There's this lady. She's like an auntie to me, and I gotta go see her because I feel so disrespectful for not even going to see her. But I'm gonna go see her. I'm like, how you doing? I used to go to your parties when I was young, and I just wanted to say hi. But she was a Trinidadian lady. Um, she used to do voodoo. You know, I understand it more because at the end of the day, like I said, my family did more than just hoodoo. You know, it's not because it was African. It's just because like sometimes the right side isn't always agreeing with the left side. So yeah, niggas do with animals and stuff like that. Let me ask you a question, Robin. Do you think niggas niggas in America was cutting chickens' necks. Like we knew the shit. We knew about voodoo. All jokes aside, we knew about voodoo and stuff like that. But you gotta understand, a lot of Black Americans never had to do voodoo like that until the white supremacists or the white slave masters came. We didn't do nasty shit like spit in their water and turn it around, let them drink it, and just make them look crazy for once. You know, that's some shit that we were doing to like white supremacists and white slave masters and shit like that. Because at the end of the day, let me ask you a question, Robert. If a person keeps on disrespecting you every day, you think you're gonna give them the greatest service ever, A plus service ever? No, you're not. You're gonna try to do what you can and what not to do to get caught. So definitely, that's what comes with the territory of disrespecting people. And this is why I always tell you, Adam. This is why I always tell you, Robin. You gotta adapt. Once you adapt, you don't have to worry about this type of stuff. You can just execute. That's what. Let me ask you a question. This is why white Americans are not the superior white people, because you don't know how to adapt. These other people that you're fighting over, and this is the small hats that you talk about. They adapt. They adapt to everything. They adapt to everything that they're around. That's why they can move without a trace. Y'all niggas can't move without a trace because niggas already know about y'all. So yeah, I'll be right back, everybody.
Served him well as he crossed the line from healer to killer. Fitzpatrick, accustomed to receiving treatments from Solomon, consumed the medication without question or hesitation. The conversation that followed would be burned into Solomon's memory forever. As the toxin began taking effect and Fitzpatrick started feeling weak, Solomon sat beside the colonel's chair and spoke in the same gentle tone he had always used with patience. "Colonel Fitzpatrick," Solomon said quietly, "I want you to know that my name is Solomon Fairfax, and you destroyed my family at the slave auction on March 14th, 1851. You laughed when my children were sold. You joked about their value as breeding stock. Do you remember that day?" Fitzpatrick's eyes, already glazing over from the advancing paralysis, showed a flicker of recognition and then growing horror as he realized what was happening. He tried to speak, to call for help, but found that his voice had been stolen along with his ability to move. Solomon continued speaking in that same calm, professional tone. "You're not dying yet, Colonel. The medicine I gave you has paralyzed every muscle in your body, but your mind is completely clear. You can hear every word I'm saying. You can feel everything that's happening to you. In about an hour, Dr. Hathaway will examine you and pronounce you dead from heart failure. Your body will be prepared for burial, and tomorrow evening you'll be placed in your coffin and buried in St. Michael's Cemetery." Solomon leaned closer, ensuring that Fitzpatrick could see his face clearly. "But you won't actually die until several hours after you're buried. You'll be completely aware as the dirt is shoveled onto your coffin. You'll hear every sound, feel every sensation, and have plenty of time to think about what you did to my children. That's when you'll understand what terror really feels like." The paralysis was now complete. Fitzpatrick appeared to be a corpse, but Solomon could see the desperate awareness in his eyes, the frantic effort to somehow communicate or escape his immobilized body. Solomon checked the colonel's pulse and breathing with professional thoroughness, confirming that both were so faint as to be undetectable without specialized instruments. When Dr. Hathaway entered the treatment room 5 minutes later, he found Solomon standing respectfully beside what appeared to be Colonel Fitzpatrick's body, his expression showing appropriate concern and sadness. "I'm afraid the colonel has passed, Doctor," Solomon reported quietly. "His heart gave out while I was preparing his next treatment. He seemed to go very peacefully." Dr. Hathaway's examination confirmed Solomon's diagnosis. The colonel showed no signs of life, and given his known heart condition, the cause of death seemed obvious. Within an hour, the body was removed to Fitzpatrick's mansion, where arrangements were made for a funeral, befitting one of Charleston's most prominent citizens. Solomon attended the funeral, standing respectfully in the section designated for slaves, while Colonel Fitzpatrick's coffin was lowered into the ground. As the first shovelfuls of dirt struck the wooden lid, Solomon wondered if Fitzpatrick was still conscious, still aware of what was happening to him. The thought brought him no satisfaction, only a cold sense of justice finally being served. That evening, Solomon made the second entry in his journal. Colonel Fitzpatrick has paid for his crimes. 8 more remain. Justice is patient, but it is also certain. The months following Colonel Fitzpatrick's burial passed with agonizing slowness as Solomon waited to see if his method had aroused any suspicion. Charleston's social circles buzzed with the expected condolences and remembrances of the colonel's contributions to the community, but no questions were raised about the circumstances of his death. Dr. Hathaway mentioned the case to other physicians as an example of how quickly heart failure could claim even seemingly healthy individuals, and Solomon's reputation as a skilled and caring medical assistant remained untarnished. This successful execution of his first revenge gave Solomon confidence to proceed with the second phase of his plan. But it also forced him to confront the psychological toll of what he was doing. Despite years of careful preparation and absolute certainty about the justice of his cause, actually watching a man die in terror had affected him more deeply than expected. He found himself unable to sleep for weeks afterward, not from guilt, but from the vivid imagination of what Fitzpatrick had experienced in those final hours buried alive. The selection of his second victim required careful consideration of timing and method. Solomon needed to avoid establishing any pattern that might eventually attract attention, which meant varying both the intervals between deaths.
Yo, I'm gonna say this. The way how Solomon was getting busy out here, I don't think they would have ever caught him in this era. Because everything was different. When I say everything, every tactic that he did was different. You know? So that's what you have to think of.
And the apparent causes. His research had identified Judge Marcus Calverton as an ideal second target, a man who had not only witnessed the sale of Solomon's family, but had provided legal justification for the separation of slave families, arguing in court that such practices were essential for maintaining order and maximizing economic efficiency. Judge Calverton suffered from severe migraines that had grown progressively worse over the past 2 years, forcing him to seek treatment from Dr. Hathaway on an increasingly frequent basis. The judge's condition provided Solomon with both opportunity and cover. Migraine sufferers were known to occasionally suffer fatal strokes, and Calverton's advanced age made such an outcome medically plausible. But before Solomon could implement his plan against Judge Calverton, an unexpected complication arose that nearly derailed his entire campaign of revenge. In March of 1853, Dr. Hathaway announced that he was considering taking on a junior partner, a young physician named Dr. Timothy Henderson, who had recently completed his medical training in Philadelphia and was eager to establish himself in Charleston's competitive medical community. Dr. Henderson's addition to the practice would mean increased scrutiny of Solomon's activities, more witnesses to his interactions with patients, and greater difficulty in administering his paralytic.
Let me ask you a question, Robin. Because you're a white man. Do you think this is why a lot of white people don't want black people working on them, working on their houses, medically, socially, physically, psychologically? Do you think that this is the reason why a lot of white people don't want black people working? It's not that they're incompetent. It's just because of the history.
Compound without detection. Even more concerning, Dr. Henderson had trained under physicians who were familiar with the latest advances in forensic medicine, including techniques for detecting unusual substances in deceased patients. Solomon realized that he would need to accelerate his timeline significantly. Rather than spacing his victims' deaths over several years as originally planned, he would need to complete his mission within.
I'm not saying because you're a racist I'm not saying that you're a racist either. I'm saying just looking at this situation in 2026, knowing how people think about black Americans, that they're lazy, they're DEI, it's not because that they're DEI, it's because probably the history of black and white people. Do you think that can be a situation? Why?
Months before Dr. Henderson's presence made continued operations impossible. This compression of his schedule would require him to take greater risks and murders. The pressure to move quickly led Solomon to his first serious mistake. While preparing for Judge Calverton's treatment in April 1853, Solomon accidentally used a slightly higher dose of his paralytic compound than intended. The judge's apparent death occurred more rapidly than expected, and the intensity of the paralysis was so complete.
Yeah, so all right, let's say this, Robin. You're an outsider looking in. What do you think? You're an outsider looking in. Looking at the history, the culture, the situations that has happened with black and white, with the black and white race. Do you think this is why a lot of white people don't want black people working on them? Because of the history and the disrespect that their forefathers has done.
That even Dr. Hathaway noticed something unusual about the body's condition. Strange, Dr. Hathaway murmured as
It's
he
a
examined Judge
hypothesis
Calverton's
too,
corpse.
Robin.
The muscle rigidity seems more pronounced than typical for stroke victims. And look at his eyes. There's something almost desperate about their expression. Solomon's heart raced as he watched Dr. Hathaway conduct a more thorough examination than he had performed on Colonel Fitzpatrick. For several terrifying minutes, Solomon feared that his entire plan was about to be exposed. But Dr. Hathaway's medical training, while thorough for its time, lacked the specific knowledge needed to recognize the effects of Solomon's exotic toxin. After 15 minutes of examination, the doctor concluded that the unusual symptoms were simply the result of Judge Calverton's particularly severe stroke. Poor man must have suffered terribly in his final moments, Dr. Hathaway observed, unknowingly describing exactly what Judge Calverton was experiencing at that very moment, paralyzed but conscious as his body was prepared for burial. Judge Calverton's funeral was attended by even more prominent citizens than Colonel Fitzpatrick's, as befitted a man who had served Charleston's legal community for over 30 years. Solomon watched from the slaves section as the judge's coffin was lowered into St. Michael's Cemetery, just 3
Got
rows
a
away
point
from
there,
where
Robin.
Colonel Fitzpatrick lay buried. As the funeral concluded,
Robin, when I ask you these questions, I'm just picking your brain. I'm not trying to say if I'm right or wrong. I'm just picking your brain. You know, I do that to everybody. I do that to Dorsey. I do that to Convo, Bomb's Legacy. I do that to everybody. So don't think I'm singling you out. This is what I do. You know, this is, you could say, a technique.
Solomon noticed something that sent a chill through his blood. A young man standing near the back of the crowd, taking careful notes in a small leather book. The note-taker was Thomas Grimsby, a journalist for the Charleston Mercury, who had begun investigating what he privately called the prominent deaths phenomenon, a series of sudden fatalities among the city's elite that seemed statistically unlikely. Grimsby had noticed that over the past 6 months, Charleston had lost several wealthy citizens to unexpected medical emergencies, all under circumstances that were medically explainable but collectively suspicious. Solomon's journal entry for that evening reflected his growing awareness that time was running out. Judge Calverton has joined Colonel Fitzpatrick in experiencing true justice, but I fear that others are beginning to notice patterns that could threaten the completion of my mission. I must work faster, even if it means accepting greater risks. The acceleration of Solomon's timeline meant that his third victim would need to be eliminated within weeks rather than months. He selected Captain William Dandridge, a ship owner who had transported slaves from Charleston to markets throughout the South, and who had personally supervised the loading of human cargo with the same attention to detail he showed when handling valuable cotton shipments. Captain Dandridge presented unique challenges as a target. Unlike the previous victims, who had visited Dr. Hathaway's office regularly for chronic conditions, Dandridge was generally healthy and only sought medical attention for minor injuries sustained during his maritime activities. Solomon would need to create an opportunity rather than waiting for one to occur naturally. The solution came through Solomon's network of contacts among Charleston's slave community. Kitchen slaves who worked in the grand houses along the Battery often gathered information about their master's activities and shared it with slaves from other households. Through these informal intelligence networks, Solomon learned that Captain Dandridge was planning a dinner party for prominent members of Charleston's shipping community, scheduled for May 20th, 1853. The dinner party would provide Solomon with the perfect opportunity to eliminate his third victim while simultaneously gathering intelligence about potential future targets. Kitchen staff for such events were often borrowed from other households, and Solomon had established friendships with several slaves who worked in food preparation. With careful planning, he could arrange to assist with serving the dinner, giving him direct access to Captain Dandridge and his guests. But even as Solomon refined his plans for the dinner party, Thomas Grimsby was conducting his own investigation into Charleston's recent string of prominent deaths. The journalist had begun visiting St. Michael's Cemetery regularly, noting the locations of recent burials and documenting the medical histories of the deceased. What he discovered would soon threaten everything Solomon had worked to accomplish. Just when we thought we'd seen it all, the horror in Charleston intensifies. If this story is giving you chills, share this video with a friend who loves dark mysteries. Hit that like button to support our content. And don't forget to subscribe to never miss stories like this. Let's discover together what happens next. The evening of May 20th, 1815 of Revenge. The dinner party at Captain Dandridge's mansion on East Bay Street brought together 12 of Charleston's most influential shipping merchants, creating an unprecedented opportunity for Solomon to study multiple potential victims while eliminating his primary target. Solomon had arranged his participation through Martha, an elderly slave who supervised kitchen operations for many of Charleston's grandest social events. Martha, unaware of Solomon's true intentions, was grateful for his offer to help serve the elaborate meal, as several of her regular assistants had fallen ill with a fever that was spreading through the slave quarters of the French Quarter. The captain's dining room gleamed with crystal and silver as Charleston's maritime elite gathered to discuss the expansion of shipping routes and the increasing profitability of human cargo transport. Solomon moved through the room with practiced invisibility, refilling wine glasses and clearing plates while listening to conversations that revealed the casual brutality underlying Charleston's economic prosperity. Captain Dandridge, a robust man in his early 50s with graying hair and weathered hands that spoke of decades spent at sea, held court at the head of the table, regaling his guests with stories of profitable voyages and strategies for maximizing the value of slave shipments. His detailed knowledge of techniques for preventing slave rebellions during transport and methods for keeping human cargo alive during long voyages made him particularly contemptible in Solomon's eyes. As the evening progressed, Solomon identified several other men whose involvement in the slave trade marked them as future targets. The conversations he overheard revealed a network of complicity that extended far beyond the individual traders who had participated in his family's sale. These men discussed human beings with the same detached interest they showed for cotton prices or shipping schedules, viewing the destruction of families as an acceptable cost of conducting business. Solomon's opportunity came during the serving of the final course, an elaborate dessert that required individual preparation for each guest. Working in Captain Dandridge's kitchen, Solomon carefully added his paralytic compound to the captain's portion of brandy-soaked cake, using a method he had perfected through months of experimentation. The toxin was absorbed into the alcohol-soaked dessert, masking any potential taste while ensuring rapid absorption into the victim's system. Captain Dandridge consumed his dessert with obvious enjoyment, complimenting Martha on her exceptional preparation and requesting the recipe for his own cook. Within 30 minutes, he began experiencing the initial effects of Solomon's compound. A slight...
I'm gonna say this. This is gonna be a weird question. Do you think Black Americans? I'm trying to like make it seem like it makes sense. Um, do you think Black Americans had the answer for certain remedies? Because most of this remedies, like, oh yeah, people dying and getting sick, these are hoodoo voodoo. You know, there was I'm gonna say this. There was a lady that poisoned like a whole bunch of slave masters in Boston. That's why we have Common Square. Common Square, they hung the lady, but she killed a lot of people. So it's yeah.
dizziness that he attributed to the evening's wine consumption and the warmth of the crowded dining room. As the paralysis progressed, Captain Dandridge excused himself from the table, claiming that he needed fresh air to clear his head. Solomon, observing from the kitchen doorway, watched as the captain made his way to his private study, where he collapsed into his favorite leather chair just as the toxin reached full effect. The discovery of Captain Dandridge's death 20 minutes later created exactly the kind of scene Solomon had hoped to avoid. Instead of dying quietly in the privacy of Dr. Hathaway's office, the captain had expired in front of 12 witnesses who immediately began demanding answers. Dr. Samuel Pettigrew, one of the dinner guests, examined the body while the others looked on with growing alarm. "This is most peculiar," Dr. Pettigrew announced after his initial examination. "Captain Dandridge appears to have suffered some form of seizure, but there are no obvious symptoms of apoplexy or heart failure. The muscle rigidity is quite pronounced, almost as if he had been poisoned." The word poisoned sent a shock through the assembled guests and created exactly the kind of attention Solomon had been working to avoid. Within an hour, 2 additional physicians had been summoned to examine Captain Dandridge's body, and by morning, news of the suspicious death had spread throughout Charleston's social circles. Thomas Grimsby, the journalist who had been tracking the series of prominent deaths, arrived at Captain Dandridge's mansion before dawn, interviewing servants and guests while the details of the evening were still fresh in their memories. His investigation revealed that Solomon had been present at the dinner party, marking the first time that any individual could be connected to multiple recent deaths.
I'm gonna say this is where Solomon fucked up at. Anytime he has ever done anything, he should have had the person who was investigating him. The person who was investigating him be there. After you put the joint in there, you could be like, "Oh, yo, come over here." Woo, 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 woo. You know? Because then after that, they could defend you or they can be the part of the problem. Just 2 ways of how certain things could turn out. Like, he could have killed more people than this 9 people if he would have done that.
Of Charleston's elite. The net was closing around Solomon, but his mission remained incomplete. 6 of his intended victims were still alive, and the increasing scrutiny made it unlikely that he would have opportunities to eliminate them using his established methods. Desperation and the knowledge that his time was running out led Solomon to make the most dangerous decision of his campaign. He would attempt to kill multiple targets simultaneously, using a method that would ensure maximum terror, even if it meant exposing himself to almost certain capture. Solomon's research had identified a private meeting scheduled for June 15, 1853, when 6 of Charleston's most prominent slave traders would gather at the offices of Henderson and Associates to finalize contracts for a major expansion of their operations. The meeting would take place in the evening.
I'm gonna say this, Robin. There's still till this day people are still using medicine for the evil. Remember that guy who bought the Wu Tang album and he was overcharging people for I guess cancer or some shit like that, and they just locked his ass up because he threatened Hillary Clinton. I guess cut all of her hair off or something. He threatened her physically, and they sent her ass to jail for 5 years. Yeah, shit like that. You gotta understand also, Robin, no good deeds go unhandled. If I'm saying that right. I remember that guy. Yeah, he was a scumbag. Yeah, no good deeds goes unhandled. You know, so and this is the thing that you have to understand, Robin. Sometimes I'm gonna say this, Robin. And this is something you can marinate on. Sometimes the shit that you do doesn't affect you, but it affects your loved ones. You know, this is why motherfuckers always tell you, like, yo, you got to be good to people. You got to be nice to people because sometimes it might not affect you, but it might affect your loved ones. You know, it's just, you know, it's that's how life is, man.
After normal business hours, providing Solomon with an opportunity to trap all 6 men in a confined space.
Mm.
The plan he developed was both ingenious and terrifying in its simplicity.
What's going
Looking at
on in
life over the
Ohio?
course of 2
Salute,
weeks,
salute.
Solomon used his
We got cat, yo. We got super chat right now, man. I know everybody been complaining about it. Yeah, I got super chat right now. I signed up for it. It didn't take that much. It took like half of a day. But yeah, you got super chat. Definitely, if y'all want, shout out everybody. Like and subscribe and comment in the live chat. If you want to, if you want to be in the live chat, you gotta be subscribers. So subscribe, 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 and also don't forget to share and hit that like button. Also, too, if you want a super chat, definitely hit the money sign, hit the money Mayweather sign. So you can say how much you want, 2, 5, 10, $20. You know, it doesn't have to be crazy, but you know, I'm just glad that y'all hitting the super chat and stuff like that. And I will also too, I will hit the subscribe, I will hit the sign where y'all do hit that you do give money, so just to recognize you and stuff, saying salute, you know, all the other cool shit.
access to medical supplies to prepare a large quantity of his paralytic compound in a highly concentrated form. Instead of administering the toxin individually to each victim, he would introduce it into the building's air supply using the gas lighting system that illuminated the office. The Henderson and Associates building employed a central gas distribution system that fed individual lamps throughout the structure.
Yo, Rob, you ain't got nothing to worry about. You living in the best times right now for an American. I'm just gonna be personally honest. You got bitches with fat asses. You got multicultural bitches. You got fucking. You can be a fucking podcaster. You can be a fucking statistic. Like my man, you could be whatever you want without credentials. These motherfuckers back in the day had to have like 33 degrees. So like, yo, Robin, the best thing I'm gonna tell you to do: live your life and be what you want to be. Create who you want to be. Then when you have kids, at the end of the day, that's what you promote. You know.
By injecting his concentrated toxin into the main gas line, Solomon could ensure that everyone in the building would be exposed to lethal doses of the compound within minutes of the lamps being lit for the evening meeting. On the night of June 15th, Solomon positioned himself in the alley behind the Henderson and Associates building, waiting for the 6 men to arrive for their clandestine meeting. At exactly 8 o'clock, the office windows began glowing with gas lamplight, indicating that the meeting had begun and Solomon's trap was being activated. Within 30 minutes, the building fell silent. Solomon waited another hour to ensure that the paralysis had taken complete effect before using a duplicate key he had obtained through careful planning to enter the building through the rear entrance. The scene that greeted him in the main conference room was both horrifying and satisfying. 6 men sat around a mahogany table, their bodies frozen in the positions they had occupied when the paralysis struck. Their eyes, the only part of their anatomy still capable of movement, tracked Solomon as he moved around the room, revealing the terror and awareness trapped within their immobilized bodies. Solomon approached each man individually, speaking in the same calm, professional tone he had used with his previous victims. He identified himself and explained exactly what was happening to them, describing in clinical detail how they would.
He's a gentleman, man, because he explained it. SP, this is Bronze Nation. We'll talk about that tomorrow, all right? So definitely we're talking about Solomon Fairfax. So definitely just we're not talking about that right now, SP.
Remain conscious throughout their burial and the hours of suffocation that would follow. The expressions in their eyes, panic, disbelief, desperate attempts to communicate, provided Solomon with a satisfaction that years of planning had not prepared him to experience. But Solomon's moment of triumph was short-lived. As he prepared to leave the building and allow the victims to be discovered the following morning, he heard footsteps in the corridor outside the conference room. Someone else was in the building, someone who was not supposed to be there according to Solomon's careful surveillance of the meeting. The door opened to reveal Thomas Grimsby, the journalist who had been investigating Charleston's recent string of suspicious deaths.
That's why I said, he should have killed him. He should have killed him. I've been said that. That's why, you're gonna get caught, homie.
Grimsby had been following leads that pointed to tonight's meeting as a crucial piece of his investigation, and he had arrived just in time to witness Solomon standing over 6 apparently dead bodies. "So it's true," Grimsby said quietly, his voice showing a mixture of horror and vindication. "Someone has been systematically murdering Charleston's elite, and you're the one responsible." Solomon realized that his careful plans had finally unraveled completely. There was no way to explain his presence in the room or the convenient death of 6 men who had been his targets. The journalist's investigation had led him to the same conclusion that would soon be reached by Charleston's authorities. Someone with access to medical knowledge and detailed information about the victims' schedules had been conducting a methodical campaign of murder. "They destroyed my family," Solomon said simply, making no attempt to deny his responsibility. "They sold my children like cattle and left my wife to die by the roadside. This is justice, not murder." Grimsby's response revealed the complexity of Charleston's racial dynamics, even in the face of obvious crime. As a journalist, he was committed to exposing the truth about the murders. As a Southerner, he understood the brutal realities of the slave system that had motivated Solomon's revenge. The conflict between these perspectives created a moment of hesitation that would determine both men's fates. Those men in there.
Hey, SP, hold that thought for tomorrow, all right? Just hold that thought tomorrow. That's all I need you to do.
Grimsby said, gesturing toward the paralyzed victims. "They're still alive, aren't they? That's why their eyes are moving. You've done something to them that makes them appear dead while keeping them conscious." Solomon nodded, seeing no point in denying what was obviously true. "They'll experience exactly what my children felt when they were torn away from everything they knew. They'll have hours to think about what they did, just as my family had hours to contemplate their fate during that wagon ride to the slave market." The conversation that followed would be recorded.
If this motherfucker is like, kill all them niggas and stuff. This is what this nigga Bixby should be doing. He should be taking all their fucking money. Yo. Let me tell you something. If I'm a white man and I'm Bixby, my nigga, I'm taking all your fucking money and letting that nigga bury you. This nigga ain't got no slaves, so at the end of the day, you're good. All you should have said, give me all their money and their antiques and shit. You're good.
In Grimsby's own journal, discovered decades later during the renovation of his former residence. The journalist found himself caught between his professional obligation to expose a mass murderer and his human understanding of the injustices that had created that murderer. I can't let you continue, Grimsby said finally. But I also can't ignore what drove you to this. Those men participated in a system that treats human beings as property. They profited from breaking up families and selling children. In any just society, they would face consequences for those actions. Solomon's response revealed the philosophical framework that had sustained him through 4 years of planning and execution. In a just society, my family would never have been destroyed in the first place. Since justice was denied to us through legal means, I created my own justice through the knowledge that their system taught me. The standoff between Solomon and Grimsby was interrupted by the sound of approaching voices outside the building. Other people were coming to investigate the meeting, either because they had been expected to attend or because someone had noticed unusual activity in the building. Both men realized that within minutes the scene would be discovered and Solomon's fate would be sealed. There's a back stairs, Grimsby said quietly. You could still escape. I could delay reporting this for a few hours, give you time to reach the countryside. But Solomon had already accepted that his mission would end with his capture or death. 9 men had been responsible for his family's destruction, and he had managed to eliminate only 6.
Yo, this is what I'm gonna say. All right. Yes, Robin, this shit is crazy. You know what I would have done? If there's more people coming, I will move all those people out of that room and bring them somewhere. And yeah, we would have got busy. Or just kill them. The people who came in, lock the doors and kill them. That's all they can do. Let's keep on listening.
The remaining 3 would live to profit from their crimes, and the system that had created those crimes would continue unchanged. I'm not running, Solomon said with the same calm
He's going
certainty
out like
that
a
had
G.
characterized all his actions.
This
Let
nigga's
them
going
come.
out like a G.
Let them discover what I've done.
This is
Maybe when this
crazy.
story spreads, other people will understand that even slaves have limits to what they'll endure in silence.
Yo, this
The
is
voices outside grew louder,
crazy.
accompanied by the sound of multiple footsteps on the building's front stairs.
Yo, Robin, you're right. This shit is crazy. This shit is crazy, and this it's a wrap. He already said he feared his fate. Like, my nigga, I'm gonna die anyway. So, like, yo, I'm gonna take out mad niggas with me.
Grimsby made a decision that would haunt him for the rest of his life. He chose to protect his story rather than protect Solomon. The journalist himself to observe and document what happened next, ensuring that he would be able to provide a complete account of Solomon's capture and the discovery of his victims. When Charleston's city constables burst into the conference room, they found a scene that defied immediate explanation. 6 prominent citizens sat motionless around a conference table, apparently dead, but showing none of the typical signs of natural death. Standing calmly beside the table was a slave who made no attempt to flee or resist arrest, instead offering a complete confession of his actions and a detailed explanation of his methods. Solomon's confession, recorded by the chief constable and preserved in Charleston's.
So Solomon, who is Solomon? He's like a Chris Dorner. Well, Solomon Fairfax was a slave that buried alive 9 of his slave masters. So SP, remember I always tell you, I was like, yo, Black Americans, blacks, they fought, they killed a lot of people. This is one of the stories that I'm gonna tell you right now. We did Michelle Wu and stuff like that, but no, this one right here, this guy killed 9 of his slave masters, but the way how he killed them, he buried them alive. And they said that when they found these people's graves, people were like digging, trying to get out. This motherfucker did it. He did it.
Criminal archives, provided authorities with information that solved not only the evening's multiple deaths, but also the mysterious fatalities that had puzzled the city's medical community for nearly 2 years. The paralytic compound, the method of administration, the selection of victims based on their involvement in slave trading. Everything was documented with the same methodical precision that had characterized Solomon's campaign of revenge. The trial of Solomon Fairfax became one of the most controversial legal proceedings in Charleston's antebellum history, not because of any doubt about his guilt,
Facts,
but
Robin.
because of the moral questions his case raised about slavery, justice, and the limits of human endurance. The prosecution, led by District Attorney Charles Rutledge, presented the case as a simple matter of murder. A slave who had killed 9 prominent citizens and must be executed to maintain social order. The defense, appointed by the court and led by the reluctant attorney Benjamin Crawford, faced the nearly impossible task of defending a client who had confessed to multiple murders while arguing that those murders were justified by the
SP, I'm going to say this. This is why I told you last time on this show, on This Is the Reaper Nation too, that, all that joking and stuff, this is why I didn't want to joke on these shows, because at the end of the day, this is a research show. Everything that we're doing right now is research. I didn't know none of this. I didn't know none of this. All I know, I just knew that he buried 9 slave masters alive. I didn't know why. I don't know how, what, when. I don't know none of that. I don't know the W's. All I knew that he killed these motherfuckers. He got these niggas out the paint. All we're doing now is figuring out what the story is. Why he do it? How did he do it? And what we just found out, this nigga was fucking around with the hoodoo shit. Hoodoo voodoo. Not just hoodoo. Hoodoo voodoo. I never heard of anything of this. Yes. Robin, you gotta understand, a lot of stuff that we don't know, we just think that Black Americans was just getting beat the fuck up. No, absolutely not. We was getting busy out here. Robin, how many times, let me ask you a question. How many times that have you heard of Rosalind Perkins has said, yo, we wasn't just getting beat the fuck up and all this other stuff. Yo, we were getting busy out here. We were fighting for our colonies. Some of these people had to buy off our colonies. Some of these people had to break treaties because at the end of the day, Black Americans was getting busy. The indigenous was getting busy. The FBAs was getting busy. The Black Indians were getting busy. Why you think when I said like, yo, they sent Black Americans to the fucking Caribbean islands and they found out, nigga, are you crazy for sending this type of fucking indigenous down here? This motherfucker just killed a slave master. You can't send these type of people down here. They already got a taste of blood. This is why I said that, yo, Black Americans already had a taste of blood. All these Negro, don't hit me. This Kunta Kinte bullshit, no, that shit is fake. It has always been fake. And some niggas like Kunta Kinte, yeah, some niggas is like Toby. But niggas was out here getting busy. This is how we got our freedom. We didn't get our freedom for begging or fucking, walking and shit like that. No, we got our freedom for killing, revolts, poisoning. You kill one of us, we killed already 10, 12 of you. This is how things was happening in those times, Robin. That's why, and it's not your fault. It's the history that they try to hide instead of telling the truth.
systematic destruction of his family. Crawford's strategy focused not on denying Solomon's guilt, but on exposing the brutal realities of the slave system that had created the conditions for such desperate revenge. The trial revealed details about Charleston's slave trade that had previously been hidden from public
Nigga got
view.
me preaching.
Testimony about the methods used to separate families.
Hey, yo, this nigga Robin got me preaching over here. Shout out to Robin from Kick. Salute, player.
The casual cruelty of slave auctions and the complete legal powerlessness of enslaved people created an uncomfortable mirror for a society that preferred to view slavery as a benevolent institution. Solomon's detailed testimony about watching his family destroyed while being unable to intervene forced Charleston's elite to confront the human consequences of their economic system. Thomas Grimsby's coverage of the trial for the Charleston Mercury created a sensation throughout the South. His articles, which included extensive excerpts from Solomon's journal and detailed descriptions of the paralytic compound, were reprinted in newspapers from Virginia to Louisiana. The story of the slave who had turned his medical knowledge into an instrument of revenge became a source of fascination and terror for slave owners throughout the region. The medical aspects of Solomon's crimes received particular attention from the scientific community. Dr. Hathaway, devastated to learn that his trusted assistant had used the practice as a base for murder, provided detailed testimony about Solomon's pharmaceutical knowledge and access to exotic compounds. The revelation that slaves could possess sophisticated understanding of chemistry and toxicology challenged prevailing assumptions about their intellectual capabilities and sparked debates about the wisdom of educating enslaved people.
Robin, motherfuckers been poisoning people for years. Yeah, this is why I say, this is how black people are lit. This is why we're trying to delineate. These other Africans, these Caribbeans, they're not like that. Have they fought? Yeah, they have fought, but you got to understand that, our fight is different from their fight. We were killing motherfuckers. We were doing guerrilla warfare. Let me ask you a question, Robin. A lot of this guerrilla warfare that y'all do in other countries, you have got that from black indigenous. You have got that from like people like John Horse and his crew in the Seminole area. So yeah, this is what comes with the territory.
The 6 men who had been paralyzed in the Henderson and Associates building provided the most dramatic testimony of the trial. All had survived their ordeal.
I don't
though
know.
Their
It was
experiences
probably
varied
hoodoo
in
or
horror,
voodoo.
depending on how long each had remained conscious after their apparent death. Their accounts of lying paralyzed while fully aware, hearing their own death pronounced and funeral arrangements discussed, created a visceral understanding of Solomon's revenge that mere legal arguments could not convey. Colonel Harrison Vance, one of the survivors, described the psychological torture of his experience. I could hear everything, feel everything, but I could not move so much as an eyelid. When my wife wept over my body, I wanted desperately to comfort her, to let her know I was still alive. But I was trapped inside my own corpse, completely helpless while arrangements were made for my burial. If Solomon Fairfax had intended to show me what terror felt like, he succeeded beyond measure. The revelation that 3 of Solomon's earlier victims, Colonel Fitzpatrick, Judge Calverton, and Captain Dandridge, had been buried while still alive, created a public outcry that extended far beyond Charleston's boundaries. Families throughout the South began questioning whether their own deceased relatives had actually died naturally or had been victims of similar poisoning. The demand for exhumations and post-mortem examinations overwhelmed Charleston's medical community and created a climate of suspicion that lasted for years. Solomon himself remained calm and articulate throughout the proceedings, showing no remorse for his actions, while expressing regret only that he had been unable to complete his mission against all 9 of his intended victims. His final statement to the court provided a chilling summary of his motivations and methods. I was trained.
What you think the last thing he's gonna say? I don't know, but it better be super dope. You know it's gonna be dope because he's black. Watch. It's gonna be on some methodical shit. Watch.
Provided a chilling summary of his motivations and methods. I was trained to preserve life and ease suffering. But when this society destroyed my family while calling it legal and proper, I learned that the same knowledge used to heal can also be used to ensure justice. I do not ask for mercy, because no mercy was shown to my wife and children. I ask only that when you
Yo!
condemn me, you remember that I am not the one who created the system that makes such revenge necessary.
That's a gangster right there. Listen to what this nigga just said. Yo, I don't think y'all get what he just said. He said, yo, he don't want mercy because y'all didn't show no mercy for his children and his wife. Y'all got I don't think y'all understand where this is coming from. This is an evil. This is like I said, this might be people might consider this justice, but listen.
My wife and children. I askfully destroyed my family while
Hold
calling it
on.
filling while expressing a climate of suspicion that lasted for years. Solomon himself remained calm and articulate throughout the proceedings, showing no remorse for his actions, while expressing regret only that he had been unable to complete his mission against all 9 of his intended victims. His final statement to the court provided a chilling summary of his motivations and methods. I was trained to preserve life and ease suffering. But when this society destroyed my family while calling it legal and proper, I learned that the same knowledge used to heal can also be used to ensure justice. I do not ask for mercy, because no mercy was shown to my wife and children. I ask only that when you condemn me, you remember that I am not the one who created the system that makes such revenge necessary. The jury's deliberation lasted less than an hour. Solomon Fairfax was found guilty on all counts and sentenced to death by hanging, a verdict that surprised no one given the magnitude.
Let me ask y'all a question. Does this sound like a fucking foreigner? Let's personally be honest. Does that shit sound like a black foreigner from the Caribbeans, from Africa? No, that shit doesn't sound like it. This nigga would have sold all his. This nigga would have sold his whole fucking tribe out. This nigga say, "Yo, whatever you got for me, just give to me." Because at the end of the day, you didn't have the same sympathy as what you did to my kids and my wife. This is the type of. I'm gonna say this. This is the type of niggas that y'all are fucking with back in them 1800s, them 1700s. It's different now. Y'all niggas is scared of fucking Tariq Nasheed right now. Thank God you haven't fucked with this type of person back in them days. Just just think about it. He is 100% American based on the statement alone. Yes. Yeah. Robin, why do you think I always say black Americans is the purest American of is the purest American? This is why I said everything I said. And you know what happened to me, Robin? White supremacists attacked me. This is why I said what I said. And I'm glad you said that, Robin, because at the end of the day, thank you, Robin. I just want to say that. Thank you, Robin. And the reason why I say I want to say thank you, because at the end of the day, I have been saying this for the last 8, 9 months. And niggas looked at me crazy when I said like black Americans are the purest Americans, is because of shit like this. We don't believe in treasonous. We don't believe in breaking treaties. Our word is our bond. We don't try to figure out how can I could cutthroat this motherfucker. I'm just trying to say, yo, as long as I do this bid, the next bid that goes through, yeah, this nigga's gonna feel the pain. He's gonna feel Brock Lesnar right now. So it's different. This nigga took his punishment. He didn't run. He didn't duck and dodge or nothing. He didn't run at all. He said, yo, I'll take my punishment. That's a real American, like you said, yo. That's the American of the American. That nigga needs to be on an American flag on what type of business this nigga stood on as an American. That's democracy right there. That's not even dictatorship. That's democracy.
Of his crimes and the social necessity of maintaining order in a slave-holding society. However, the speed of the conviction did not resolve the moral questions his case had raised about slavery, justice, and the humanity of enslaved people. Solomon was executed on October 15th, 1853, before a crowd of over 2,000 people who had gathered to witness the death of Charleston's most notorious criminal. His final words, spoken from the gallows with the same calm certainty he had shown throughout his trial, were recorded by Thomas Grimsby and published in newspapers throughout the South. I die knowing that 9 men experienced the terror my children felt when they were sold away from everything they loved.
Oh, shit.
That knowledge makes my death worthwhile. But this system that creates such desperation will continue, and other families will suffer.
Nigga, is that crazy what this man just said? I don't think y'all did. Oh, my God. Listen to what this man just said.
The same calm certainty he had shown throughout his trial were recorded by Thomas Grimsby and published in newspapers throughout the South. I die knowing that 9 men experienced the terror my children felt when they were sold away from everything they loved.
Oh, my God.
That knowledge makes my death worthwhile.
Nigga, you know what Nat Turner did? He smiled at all them niggas after he killed 52 people. That motherfucker killed 52 people, and I'm talking about off of a fucking plantation. And this motherfucker, he said, "You got anything to say?" He smiled. And they hung him and ate him. Are you serious?
But this system that creates such desperation will continue, and other families will suffer as mine did. When that happens, remember that even the most patient man has limits to what he will endure in silence. Solomon's body was buried in an unmarked grave outside Charleston city limits, in accordance with laws prohibiting the interment of executed criminals in consecrated ground. But his journal, confiscated as evidence during the trial, was never returned to authorities after the proceedings concluded. Thomas Grimsby, who had been allowed to examine the journal during his coverage of the trial, had made extensive copies of its contents before returning the original to the court clerk. Years later, when Grimsby was preparing his memoirs, he decided to bury Solomon's journal beneath the magnolia tree in St. Michael's Cemetery, near the graves of the men Solomon had killed. The journalist's own account, written in 1889, explained his decision. I could not bear to destroy the record of such methodical revenge, but I also could not allow it to inspire others to similar actions. Perhaps future generations, with different perspectives on justice and slavery, will be better equipped to understand the terrible necessity that drove Solomon Fairfax to become both healer and killer. The discovery of Solomon's journal in 1923, during the cemetery renovation that revealed the scratch marks inside 9 coffins, provided the final confirmation of a story that had passed into legend. The physical evidence, the scratches made by fingernails desperately clawing at wooden coffin lids, proved that Thomas Grimsby's account had been accurate in every detail. Charleston's city government immediately classified the discovery as sensitive historical material and sealed all records related to the case. The official explanation cited concerns about public safety and the potential for racial tensions, but many believed the real motivation was protecting the reputations of prominent families whose ancestors had participated in or profited from the slave trade. The legacy of Solomon Fairfax's revenge extended far beyond Charleston's boundaries. Throughout the antebellum South, slave owners became increasingly suspicious of educated slaves, particularly those with medical knowledge or access to pharmaceutical compounds. New laws were passed restricting slaves' access to books, medical training, and scientific knowledge, as authorities recognized that education could transform the oppressed into dangerous opponents. The case also influenced the development of...
Why you think, I'm going to say this, everybody, why you think they always say, yo, you know who the most dangerous people in the world is? They always say a nigga with a library card. That's the most dangerous person in America, as they always say. They say a nigga with a library card. Not an Asian, not a Latinos, not a white, not a Caribbean, but a nigger with a library card. That's the thing.
Forensic medicine in the United States. The exotic paralytic compound that Solomon had used prompted research into methods for detecting unusual toxins in deceased victims, leading to advances in post-mortem examination techniques that would prove valuable in future criminal investigations. But perhaps the most significant impact of Solomon's story was its effect on the national debate about slavery itself. The revelation that even the most seemingly docile and loyal slaves might harbor years of accumulated rage challenged fundamental assumptions about the institution's stability and moral justification. If a man like Solomon Fairfax, educated, skilled, and trusted by his masters, could plan and execute such methodical revenge, what did that say about the true feelings of the millions of other enslaved people throughout the South? This mystery shows us that even in the darkest chapters of American history, individual acts of resistance could shake the foundations of seemingly unshakable systems. The story of Solomon Fairfax reminds us that justice delayed is not always justice denied. Sometimes it simply takes a different, more terrible form. What do you think of this story? Do you believe that Solomon's actions were justified by the destruction of his family?
This is the show I wanted to show y'all. I'm gonna land. Let me land. Give me a second, everybody. We have seen a lot of crazy stuff today. I want to say this. Facts, Rando. Shout out to Rando. Salute, salute. I want to say this. No, that's off the wire, but that always had people always have said that in the 60s. SP. Yes, a nigga with a library card. It's true. Let me ask you a question, SB. I don't know. I know you're a Mexican guy. You have the immigrant experience. In the 60s and the 70s, everybody went to the library. Even in the 80s at times, like me, I have went to the library. Yeah, Musan. But yeah, that has always people always has say that. They said that's why you think they have taken the libraries or why you think they have done everything where they say like, yo, don't bring these niggas to the library. Don't let these people get free, things like the aquarium, the science museum and stuff like that. That's why. These people are very dangerous. Even myself. At least I'm gonna say this. At least every year, I bring my kids to the library. I mean, not the library, this museum twice a year. I have to, you know. But yeah, that was on the wire though. I will say that SP, that shit was on the wire by, yep, brother Musan, the Muslim guy who was out here killing people. But yeah, we've been saying that shit since the SP. Let me ask you a question. How old are you, SP? Yeah, how old are you, SB? Are you like my age? But at the end of the day, this is very important because at the end of the you gotta understand what has been going on in the past to understand the future. So SP, the reason why I played the reason why I have shows like this and freedom fighters and stuff, just to understand that Black Americans weren't just slaves. We were out here killing people. You know, We were doing more than what you was doing in Mexico. We were actually doing in America. This is the reason why they had to let us out of slavery. Too many people were dying. Remember how many times I said this, SP? Too many people were dying, you know? Too many people were dying because at the end of the day, black Americans are relentless. This is why you can't send us to other countries. This is why, we can adapt, but at the end of the day, it's gonna be dangerous. This is why I always tell you, SP, adapt. This is why I always tell you, police your people. This is why I always tell you, if you don't police your people, bad things is gonna happen. Now you're trying to fight to stay into the country, So it's well, not you, but your cousins and your aunties and shit. This is what this honestly, SP. I hope you learned from this show. Because this is all a research show. This isn't the Bronze Reaper podcast. Bronze Reaper podcast is tomorrow. This is the Reaper Nation. The Reaper Nations, we do research on certain things. Like Tuesday, we did research on Michelle Wu in the black erasure in the erasure of the black Boston community. You're 45? Jesus Christ. But yeah, SP, shout out to you, SP. Thank you for coming on this show too. I know this is a research show, but I hope you are. I'm gonna say this, SP. I know my other shows like the Bronze Reaper podcast. We get to bug out, do all of that other extra stuff. But I hope you do appreciate the research that I do for the show. I know this is a new show, but at the end of, new channel. Sorry, this is a new channel. Really do hope you appreciate this stuff. And if you want me to do any type of research on, and you know what? You remember when we were talking about colorism in Mexico? I can actually do a research show on that. If you would like me to do that, you know, I probably wouldn't do Tariq Nasheed, but it's still dumb. Shout out to Rando. But definitely, like I said, yo, all y'all have to do is email me. My email is I am a Rosalind. As many times I put on the fucking screen, I put I am a Rosalind on it. I'll do it right now, but I just want, like I said, I am building these channels and I know this is a business, but also I do want to give you I want to give you better. I know I give you good service, but I want to give you better service for the podcasting that I do be doing. So, if I can, please, email me and say what you want me to do for the Reaper podcast. I'm gonna give my shout outs. Let me give my shout outs right now. It's bedtime because I gotta wake up early, get my kids ready. I didn't go to work today, so um, hold on one second, everybody. Hold on. Yeah, nigga said that shit was justice. So shout out to Adam B, Ray, SP, Rando, E. Will, Welchman, also Wiz Mason, also known as Wiz Mason. Salute, Ohio, and the man with the master plan on Kick. Everybody's favorite, Robin. Thank you, Robin. I appreciate you. I know you're not on YouTube, but you're on Kick, and I appreciate it. Um, Again, thank y'all everybody for showing up on the show. I know it's very late and stuff. I had to do a testing for map training, so show him more evil. Shout out to Rando. But I just want to, like I said, I appreciate everybody. Appreciate what goes on the show and stuff. And I will see you tomorrow because we do got a show tomorrow. And I'm gonna do an early show tomorrow because I gotta go to a funeral on Saturday, so I'm not trying to stay up all night. I have stuff to do. So shout out to y'all again. Thank you. That was the second episode of the Reaper Nation, and we will see you Tuesday on the Reaper's Nation. Tuesday and Thursdays on the Reaper Nation. And again, I'll see you tomorrow for uh, everybody's favorite, the Bronze Reaper podcast. And take care and see you in the morning, in the afternoon, actually.